What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And this has been KLM flight 676 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. A330-300. It's Friday, October 17th, 2025, and we are here at the Kaagbaan, where arrivals take place. Departures are taking place from the center runway and from runway 09. Welcome to the show, everybody. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. And welcome everybody else who may have joined. Michael, Martin, Dion, Leo, Stefan, Durper, Fabian, Rien Lindhout, goedemorgen. Handa, goedemorgen. Wes, Dave was here. Wouter, Bobbers, Inimimi, Christian, Dalia, Jeff, Douwe, Harriet, Richard, good morning. Sil, Ricardo, goedemorgen. SCWP, goedemorgen. Paolo, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, big picture wise, there are bits of blue in the sky, but there are also definitely mild showers. We are in the vicinity of a pressure of high pressure area, so whatever precipitation there is going to fall will not be very substantial. If all is well, might even make it dry until the end of the stream. Quite a few 747s again underway, just like yesterday. While we have a few moments to spare, have a look with me on Flight Radar. The first 747 arriving is Cathay Pacific Cargo, which will be arriving here in just over half an hour. More is underway. Atlas arriving around 2:09. KLM 2:22. Emirates is late, 1:39. Saudia will arrive around 12:40. Saudia and Cathay will land at a time when only one runway is open for arrivals, if all is well. So that should be here on 06. This is past 2 o'clock. Should also land over here. This is arriving from the west and should land here regardless. Superna is also coming, 2:05. That's all past 2 o'clock. So between 2 and 22, we are going to see quite a few airplanes. Worthwhile to stick around for, weather permitting. So sit back and relax. If you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax. Plenty is underway. And if all is well, we should be able to stick around here to catch them all. Ralf, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. This would be KLM flight 978 arriving from London City, Embraer 190. Now, this morning when I arrived here, there were quite a few ducks over here in the water. I'm pretty sure they must still be around over there on the far end of the side canal we're now looking into. Right now I'm not seeing them yet, but they're not too far off, so if I ever see them again, I'll show you. Good morning, Griffioen Fotografie. Good morning, Raymond. Christian, goedemorgen, good morning. Veldi, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Eddie, Aviation Dallas. Marian, goedemorgen, good morning. Still have the exposure compensation set to +1/4 stop. If it is too bright, let me know. I can downregulate it again. From what I can see, it is looking okay. It was looking a little dark in the standard exposure. I've also turned up the white balance a little. I was looking at my screen and thinking it was looking a little bluish. I hope the color balance is good. If it is too yellowish or if it is too bluish, let me know. Hey Sander, goedemorgen. Good morning, my man. This is TUI Flight 391, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Also arriving, I think, a bit of drizzle. We'll see. Hey, there's a lurk. Good morning. Barbacan, good morning. Jimmy, good morning. Marcus, goedemorgen, good morning. Marijke, good morning. Wouter says, in Dutch, I find streams from the USA in the evenings very nice with lights and of the runways and the airplanes. Have you ever streamed in the evenings or have you contemplated it? Well, I have streamed during twilight. My camera is not working that great. And every time I deviate from the morning hours, the audience is almost non-existent and it has already declined seriously. So no, I'm not considering that anytime soon. What I have been considering more is stopping with the channel altogether, since it seems to be a dying patient, and I've been battling the question, how long do you keep a terminal patient on life support before pulling the plug? So no, evening streams not going to happen anytime soon, I'm expecting. Don't think that there's much happening in the evenings here at Schiphol to begin with. A lot of Transavia's arriving. Maybe one or two cargo airplanes. It's not as busy as at other international airports in the evenings as, for instance, London or LAX, I think. Next up is Turkish Flight 1951 with on board somebody who is standing here. His mate is the first officer and it's his last flight as a first officer. Turkish Flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. It's an A380. Is he also the pilot flying? Do you know that, your mate? He doesn't know. 2 hours and 52 minutes, the flight time. So a little bit ahead of schedule. The airplane, a year old, first flight February 2024. It would be nice, wouldn't it? You'd think they'd give him the honor of being the pilot flying if it is the last flight as a first officer. I think if I were a captain, I would give the honors to the FO. If it's his last flight as an FO, yeah. Sorry? Yeah, ask him later. Looking on flight radar, I'm not seeing any airplanes immediately behind this airplane. Let's see. Nicely landed there. A little wheelie, a low-key wheelie. Nose gear still up. No, huh? Oh, it even landed without a puff of smoke from the nose gear. Nicely done. Oh, Gary Grebe was here just now, diving under. I also thought I heard a baby grebe not too far away. Here's Gary Grebe, mother ducker. Oh wait, no, it's the baby grebe, which is why I also thought it figures. I thought I heard a baby grebe earlier in the zebra livery. You can see how the feathers are water repelling. Droplets forming on the feathers, not soaking into them. Obviously they have to be. Nippon Cargo and KLM Cargo are over there. 2747s. From what we can see over here, there are a Chinese triple or A330, Emirates Sky Cargo, and that one, that tail on the left I don't recognize immediately. I think maybe here a few droplets are headed my way. I am seeing aquatic birds now over there in the canal as well. Ah, more grebes. There you go. Meanwhile, Marcus, thank you so much for your generosity. Marcus Super Chats, hope this helps in deciding not to stop the channel anytime soon. Well, thank you so much. I'm not sure if it helps or not. But thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that, mate. That was totally unnecessary. Thank you so much, Marcus. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Matt, Efrain, I think. Flying Dentist, Monique, Nienke. Hard to pick out your names for those of you who have handles differing from your usernames. I don't know why YouTube did this, but yesterday, for the first time I saw it happening, that the handles were just on display instead of the usernames. Apparently with other channels this has also happened, and it reverted automatically after a short period of time. I'm hoping the same will happen here, because I'm not enjoying the handles. Prefer the usernames, which I've gotten used to, and I'm sure you guys have too. The grebe is having breakfast for the little grebe, but I think it looks like he's looking for the little grebe, which is swimming over there. Miscommunication. Mommy or daddy is getting out food, and the baby is out playing in the side canal. And Delta Airlines up next. Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo. The morning is starting rather quietly here. It seems that next will be either a bizjet or an SAS. Jeff says it's because YouTube are determined to make everything worse. This is the internet after all. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Jeff. If it ain't broke, break it. Lovely flap tip vortices. A321 Neos are also very good at producing them, and I can see why this A330 Neo is also producing them, because I am starting to feel slight drizzly droplets now. So there is an area of precipitation. It's not that it gets the camera soaking wet or anything else, but if you're wearing glasses like I am, it's one of those drizzles that annoys you because your lens keeps getting dirty. Hopefully the camera lens will stay decently dry. If not, I have my cloth with me. Oh yeah, we can definitely see, looking in the distance, there's more rain over there. There's definitely more rain over there. Meanwhile, good morning to everybody who's joined. Ramon, good morning. Tamo, goedemorgen, good morning. Cherry Blossom, good morning. Sierra Romeo Mike, good morning. Alright. Car Spotter from Sweden, good morning. Drizzle is commencing. Yeah, now also visible on the lens, unfortunately. Shouldn't amount to much. Might give us some nice vortices for the next airplanes that will be arriving. Oh, the busiest is continuing to the glide slope of 36 right, probably for a breakaway landing to runway 04. So SAS will be the next arrival here. SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. What else is on the way? Not much yet. Oh, we have our sushi delivery bird. Looking for the little one. Where have you gone? Yeah, there you go. That's where you need to be. Calling the little one. I've got food here. Come over. Don't make me wait. And he's over there like la-di-da-di-da. Not seeing anything, not hearing anything. How long before the little one understands mommy or daddy is coming over with fresh sashimi? Oh, you've brought me food. Why didn't you say so? Is that all for me? Look, 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 look. Thank you. Come again. Right, I am seeing while zooming out that the first 747 has entered Dutch airspace. I'm assuming that it will have been assigned to the Kaagbaan. Right, let's see. The wait is now for the next arrival. It's either Sun Express, which is now flying over Amsterdam. This is not a good direction to be pointing the camera in. Is this better? Nice how the autofocus immediately starts focusing on the droplets on the lens. Let's go over to manual focus. Keep the camera pointed in this direction for the time being. Hey, aloha Jinching, good to see you again, mate. Right, let me do a wipe down of the phone screen first. And then the lens. Now, let's see, Hey, groetjes, wat thuis? Trying to see if I can spot the busiest already. maybe a bit easier to spot it if I also have a clean pair of glasses. Suppose stripes are better than droplets. I'll clean it more thoroughly later. I am seeing the BizJet now. Let's turn around. Here we go. So, this is a BizJet arriving from London City, Globe Air. This is a Cessna Citation Mustang. Teeny tiny little BizJet. I'm counting only 3 windows for the passengers behind the cockpit. Will it land on 36 right? Thus far, still looking like it. Or will it? I think it's going to land on 36 right. So yeah, it's a bit drizzly still. I think we've seen the worst of it, or have we? There's also a bit over there. Over there it looks a bit more bright. North of me, south of me, things are definitely more clear. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the Kaagbaan, where an area of drizzle is now passing over the airfield. Looks like KLM Flight 602 arriving from LAX shall be the first arrival next. It's flying base between Noordwijk and Leiden and is expected here in a few minutes from now. Wow, I'm cleaning the lens once more. We can also see what is happening here around the airfield. So let's go over to the website of the Dutch Met Office so we can see what is actually happening here. Well, something is forming here. Something is passing north of me, but also something south of me. So I think it looks like maybe we are in a sandwich of the showers. It is looking like the worst is north of us, but also south of us, which is what you can see now because the camera is pointing to the southwest, which is basically where this shower forming seems to be flying, seems to be drifting right now. Other than that, it is looking like it's going to stay dry for the time being while we are here. Have a look. The first queen of the show, Cathay Pacific, already in Dutch airspace. 10:20 is the estimated time of arrival. I'm expecting wing fluff and vortices actually with the current weather. Superna around 2:01. 2:13 now for Atlas, 2:22, so that's 3 queens in 20 minutes for the KLM Cargo. Saudia 12:44 and 1:41 for the Emirates A380. If I'm not mistaken, we're also going to see the Retro Transavia around 2 o'clock. So it definitely is looking like there is a shower now passing southwest of me. This is more to the northwest. This is looking to the north. Think that the rain north of me has already passed. Mommy or Daddy Grebe is returning to the part where apparently the fish can be caught. And if all is well, KLM Flight 602 will be next. And after that, United Airlines as well. A couple of wide bodies are approaching. What I am going to do is clean the glasses of my glasses, the lenses of my glasses. Right, that was KLM Flight 602, having arrived from LAX 78710 Dreamliner. Next up is going to be United Airlines Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. The lights up visibility has turned to shit with the drizzle passing southwest of us. Improvement is on the way, it's not too far away. For now we have to make do with this visibility. Hey, Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. United Airlines Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco, 777-200 10 hours exactly on their way. 25-year-old airplane, first flight July 2000. Hey Maria, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So if I counted correctly, there are 5 747s underway, 3 of which will land between 2 and 2:30. Oh. And Danny is celebrating his 20-month membership. 20 months, oh boy, the best YouTube streamer. Well, that last part is utter bullshit, but thank you so much for the kind words nonetheless, and thank you for the ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is satisfactory. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix things. 20 months and counting. Well, thank you so much, Danny. Thank you, thank you. More drizzly droplets on the lens. KLM Flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. Let's see how many more times we need to wipe the lens. It is starting to look more bright over here, luckily. Behind me it's a bit more dark. Ali Roy, goedemorgen. Ooh, nice V formation of, I think it might be Geese. Geese? Yeah, looks like... Are they cormorants? No, I think they're geese, right? Yeah, they're sounding like geese, alright. Yeah, most definitely geese. Could you guys please get out of here? You're flying in the wrong direction. Definitely flying in the wrong direction, guys. We're now almost immediately overhead the runway at an altitude that I am not comfortable with. Alright, no, the airplanes seem to be lower. Whoa, at least they're getting out. Uh-oh. There's more of them. There's more of them. And Air Canada is approaching. Right, well, it seems like they are clear of the glide slope. Alrighty. In the meantime, Rob, I think, good morning. And good morning, Erik. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Leen, goedemorgen. Jalil J, good morning. I I liked it better when you guys still had usernames instead of handles. Good morning, one and all. Sorry to be impersonal. I'm not recognizing everybody who is saying hi in the chat. Apologies for that. Arrived from Montreal, yeah, from Montreal in Canada. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arrived from Atlanta, Georgia. Next after that, A330. Right, I think the drizzle has almost completely stopped. Not entirely yet, but definitely sufficiently for me to have a go at cleaning things again. Now, the phone screen. Also make sure that I'll clean my own glasses. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, and Queen flying downwind. Did I see that correctly? Yeah. I was already having a look over the camera to see if I was able to see the Cathay Pacific cargo 7478 in the background somewhere. Not yet. Then again, multitasking, not my forte. Somewhere over there where the sky is bright, there is a 7478 flying downwind. Ordinarily, when we have blue skies, it would be visible from here. I think the clouds are in the way, unfortunately. I think it is in the think it is in the clouds. It's already a bit further away, so you probably need to look over there right now. Yeah, no. We'll see it soon enough though, don't you worry. In the meantime, a couple of narrow bodies, 2 narrow bodies, and then a wide body arriving from Johannesburg south. First up, KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris, 737-800. Ferm Sebastian, good morning. Yassine, good morning. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. The first of 5 747s will be landing here in a few moments. Oh. My Parker keeps hooking against a knob here on the tripod leg. Let's see if we can keep a bit more distance from the tripod. Alright, KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague, Embraer 175. KLM 777 arriving from Johannesburg next after that. Another rub down of the lens. It's still not completely 100% drizzle free here, but it is 99.9% dry now. Right, KLM flight 1352, Embraer 175 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. The flight time has been 1 hour and 15 minutes. 9-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Nielso, good morning. Fern Sebastian, guten Morgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Alright, time for KLM flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg in South. Flight time 10 hours and 11 minutes. Cables emanating from the flap tips. 16-year-old airplane, this is the BVC, Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Charlie. First flight May 2009. Yummy, yummy. Have a look at those cables. Chef's kiss. Now number 2 is a 747, the first of 5 in today's show, if all is well, weather permitting. We're not even able to see the airplane preceding it yet. Bombardier C-Series 300. Oh wait, no, there it is now. That's Croatia Airlines. Flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Hey Flip, good to see you again. Peterov, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Omar, good morning. Dice Rebel, good morning. I am going to keep the camera pointed here in the direction where the A380 was emanating from. Cathay Pacific cargo flight 65 arriving from Dubai World Center is behind this airplane, and I'm waiting for it to emerge out of the clouds. It's the first of hopefully 5 747s in today's show. 3 of which will be expected between 2 and 2:30. Next 747 after this Cathay Pacific, which will be landing next, should be Saudia. The whistle of the geared turbofans. And there it is. First queen of the show.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
Cathay Pacific Cargo. Still battling the clouds. Flight 65 arrived from Dubai World Center. It's a 7478. 7 hours and 39 minutes underway. Here she is. A 13-year-old airplane. First flight February 2012. Hey Senna, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. Welcome to the show, one and all. This has been the first of always well 5 747s in today's show. Next 747 will be Saudia, and 3 more are on their way. You're watching AMS Live. My name is William. We are here at the Kaagbaan Runway 06. Bit of drizzle further up ahead. You can still see the nebulosity over here. It has gotten dry by now, and I can see bits of blue again. Glide slope visibility is improving by the minute. Roxana, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Wombat Parade, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Now, I was mentioning that as I arrived here this morning, there were more ducks and aquatic birds in the water. Here's 4 coots for you. And here are 2 more. Meanwhile, EasyJet is arriving behind me, an A319 arriving from Birmingham. You can see that they haven't fully retracted the flaps yet because the slats on the leading edge are still down. You'll see that as they will retract the slats, which they'll hopefully do while the airplane is facing us, you'll see the slats also retract in a particular order. Thought they retracted from the inside out. First the inner, then the outer. Question is, are we going to be able to see it? Flight 2302 landing now, that's an A320. There you go. Flaps have been retracted and so too have the slats. That's slats, not sluts. Is that Gary Griebling? I think it is. Yeah. That's a zebra livery, all right. Right. We have a Chinese triple as number 2 now for arrival. How is glide slope visibility? Well, marginally improving. I think there were the contours of that airplane. Should be able to see it pretty soon. This is an A321 from Lufthansa arriving from Frankfurt. Flight 988. Spijker, goedemorgen. Flight time 15 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight August 2009. Queenie is still standing there. She hasn't parked her ass yet. Hey Veronique, goedemorgen. And also good morning on behalf of Chris Coot, who is doing morning cardio and is also saying hi to everybody. Let's turn around. 2 wide bodies back to back up next. Have a look at those cables. China Cargo Airlines, flight 209. 10 hours and 48 minutes underway, brand new airplane, first flight August this year. And yes, Rolf, I am seriously considering that. The channel's stats have tanked since the NATO summit, and they haven't recovered since. Every other live streaming channel on the planet, which actually would make this the worst live streaming channel on planet Earth, which in itself is also a feat. But yeah, I like to invest time and effort in things that are worthwhile, but if the channel is tanking and isn't recovering, then how much longer should you invest time and effort into something that is basically not yielding anything? Martin R asks if the cargo airplane pilots, will they stay with the airplane like a skipper with his boat during the loading or unloading of the airplane? That's a good question. Truth be told, I don't know. I think they are like bus drivers, and if they are done with the flight, they'll just head over to their hotel where they're probably staying over. What happens with the cargo, I think, is up to the ground handlers or the handlers of the logistics company that either the airplane is flying for, in the case of DHL, or maybe the company that does the unloading. So I don't think that the pilots necessarily stay at the airplane while they are loading and unloading. I do believe, but I'm not sure, this is just speculation. will probably check some things during an inspection, like the passenger pilots also do around the airplane, that they'll do an external inspection. I can imagine that the cargo pilots will also inspect the cargo hold to see if everything is tightly secured and whatnot. Right. Let's see, we have two more wide bodies that are following two narrow bodies. The first of which this is, and that's KLM Malta flight 394, arriving from Malta on A320neo. 2 hours and 56 minutes underway. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight September 2019. Well, you're absolutely right, Roy, to the extent that my standard has been copied by live streamers that are also streaming here, and actually they are more successful now in getting new subscribers in and more views in. So actually my copycats are more successful than I am actually. So yeah, set the standard and now everybody is watching them. So I guess the audience is never wrong, right? There you go, 3 airplane glide slope shot, 2 wide bodies in the background, and the second of the 2 narrow bodies that I was talking about earlier here in the foreground. That is Tarom with an all-white A320 rental from Malta Med Air, unfortunately. Flight 361, 2 hours and 37 minutes on the way. 9 Hotel Mike Oscar, the registration, 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2008. Let's quickly turn around. KLM flight 598 is next, and that's a 777-300 arrival from Cape Town South. The humidity is still relatively high. You can see those beautiful vortices emanating from the flap tips. A321neos are very capable at producing them, but as you can see, 777s are too. See how long they linger as well behind the airplane. At the Polderbaan, when you see traffic to the center runway, you can see it from the side and you can see just how long those vortices remain in place. That's also why narrow bodies have to wait and have to be distanced. Far behind wide bodies when landing and also taking off. That is turbulence visualized, what you're seeing. So, status quo over here. Once again, the sky has turned mostly blue. For how much longer, I don't know. When we looked at the Dutch Met Office website, it was looking like the only bit of rain was the area that already has passed by. So I'm hoping things are going to stay dry now. I'm not sure if there are some dried up droplets on the camera lens, so I'll have a look. There seems to be a gap between this airplane, KLM Flight 644, and the next, which seems to be KLM Flight 668. This is KLM Flight 644, and it is arriving from New York, JFK. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Let's see, this airplane is 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Hey, Wilma also back in the chat. Good to see you. Stephen as well. Good morning. So yeah, we do have a little gap. That gives me time to double check that the camera lens doesn't have any dried up droplets. Also put away my cloth decently without a big lump. In the meantime, Sierra Romeo Mike, mate, you didn't have to give a generous super chat like that, mate. Thank you so much for everything you do. Won't be the same without you. This is Stranger, by the way. Oh, Stranger, mate. Didn't recognize you there. Well, thank you for the kind words, mate. And thank you so much for the super chat. You didn't have to give a super chat, you know that, right? If you guys want to help out, make sure that new people enter in the stream and become regulars in our audience. For some reason, the YouTube algorithm seems to think that the channel is shit and isn't promoting the channel's content anymore to new viewers. That's basically what has happened. You can see a significant decrease in new viewers. It's mostly the established audience that the channel has been reaching lately. And that results in abysmal stats. Yesterday I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and we had less than 20 new subscribers. That's laughable. That's laughable. That's absolutely insane. And why is that? Just simply because of the fact that the algorithm is now no longer pushing the content to new viewers as much as it did before the NATO summit. That's what's killing the channel, I tell you. Anyway, enough with the negativity. Let's have a look. There are narrow bodies underway. Two of them right there, an Embraer 175 and an A319. For those of you joining us later and are wondering, will there be more 747s on the way? The answer is yes. We also see that SLM is on the move. SLM will be leaving, oh no, it's in the process of pushback. I think it's going to leave via the center runway. Center and 09 are now open for departure, so we should be able to see its departure in a moment. Give me a heads up when it is lined up and we'll film it. We have 4 747s, Atlas Air around 207, KLM Cargo 222, Superna 213, so that's 3 747s in a time span of less than half an hour. After 2 o'clock, if all is well, there's only one runway open again for arrivals, and I'm counting on the Kaagbaan to be that runway. Saudia will be the next arrival, the next 747 arrival, and that is going to arrive at 12:40. At that time, only one runway will be open for arrivals, and that's going to be the Kaagbaan. Emirates will be late. It's going to land on the wrong runway, unfortunately, today. Transavia Retro has come alive and is expected for 2 o'clock. And in the meantime, Kans is 678 renewing his membership. Thank you so much, Kans. This handle I don't recognize. No, not renewing. It's a first-time member. Kans 678. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. If you need to know where stuff is in the lounge, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Also, don't forget, as you are now a member, you are eligible to cast your vote. We are going to vote for replacing the playtime emoji. And if you go over to the community section for members, you will find a poll, a link to a poll where you can cast your vote. 16 suggestions have been made by you guys. And you can pick your favorite until Monday evening local time. Then I'll pick the winner. I'll publish the poll results, of course, and start working on whatever you guys will have voted for as the replacement for playtime. Thijs, goedemorgen. And Jendrusik also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Matthijs, goedemorgen. This is EasyJet flight 27926 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. It's an A319. So, in the direction the wind is blowing from, which according to the METAR is 360 degrees, that means that the wind is coming from over there. It's looking pretty okay. It's looking a bit darker more to the northeast, but that should not come this way. I am thinking that the clouds are drifting more from the north in from the northwest, which you could also see on the weather radar. So I'm thinking this is where we need to look, generally speaking, see if it's going to stay dry here or not. It's looking like it will. Departures take place from runway 09 and also from the center runway. This is what we can see from departures from 09, and that's a bizjet that interestingly took off via 09 and not via the Oostbaan. Well, we can see why, because it's not a small bizjet. It's more a small passenger airplane. Embraer 190 arriving from London City, KLM flight 980. Yvonne, goedemorgen. Montakuch, good morning. Alan, what up? Biggie Al. Easily recognizable. Patrick, goedemorgen. Gabriella, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you joined us only just now, you might have missed the landing of the first 747. Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478, arriving from Dubai, but there are 4 more Queens expected before 2:30. It's going to be a longer stream if the weather will allow me to, because between 2 and 2:30 we're going to see 3 747s. The A380 will arrive 1:45 approximately. That's at least what's currently its ETA. Air France flight 1444 is up next, arriving from Paris. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220. WestJet is third to arrive, and in between WestJet and this Air France will be Air Canada flight 808. Well, Koets and the Baby Grebe. So Baby Grebe is playing here in the zebra livery. Its parents, or at least one of its parents, is over there, I think. Not sure if we can see them. That's not a bird, is it? No. What's that? Oh yeah, I think that's... Oh wait, it's looking like it's... On the right is another baby grebe. So maybe an older sibling and a younger sibling. Not sure how that works, if they have multiple nests in one season or if they're just siblings. This is Air Canada Flight 808, arriving from Toronto, Canada. Flight time is 6 hours and 59 minutes. 9 is a bit much. Hey Pete, what up mate? Jan, goedemorgen. Tassilo, goedemorgen, good morning. What's happening with KLM Flight 1268? Huh? Is that a false echo or what? What's happening here? Huh? How did they route this airplane? Okay, interesting. Oh, it's 10:50. Ah, shoot! They're going to open up. They're going to open up the other runway, and they're already directing airplanes to 36 right. Ah, KLM Flight 1268. I was wondering what they were doing because normally you don't see airplanes flying where KLM Flight 1268 now is flying. What has happened is that I think they initially let it go to the Kaagbaan, and then they thought, oh well, it's almost 11, let's give it vectors to 36 right. Mark H, good morning. Kilroy, good morning. Me, myself, good morning. And yes, you have missed quad jets. 1747 thus far. But there are 4 more coming, and the A380 is too. This is WestJet. Allegedly the best jet, Flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada. So we now have airplanes passing a little bit behind me, overhead, that are now flying downwind to the soon to reopen runway 36 right, which will open up for 40 minutes. Going out via runway 09. Where we were at yesterday. The center runway is being used for departures for the time being. Well, no, I think it's going to stay open for... No, wait, it's going to be 09, right? Or, well, yesterday they kept open the center runway for departures when there was an inbound peak. Yeah, I think 09 is secondary today, like yesterday. That might change tomorrow, because tomorrow the wind is going to change more to the east. I'm not sure if tomorrow we will have northeasterly winds or southwesterly easterly winds, and what speed it will be blowing. That will depend. That will determine the runway use. I'm not sure yet about tomorrow's runway use. Right. In the Star Alliance livery, we have United Airlines Flight 909, arriving from Chicago. And this is a it's a 767. Did I say triple? I don't think I did. It's a 767-300 actually. 8 hours and 5 minutes on the way. The November 653 Uniform Alpha. 33 years old already. First flight October 1992, back when I was still 2 more years in elementary school. In fact, yeah, October the school year had just begun. 92, 93, 93, 94. Yeah, and then 94, 95 I did in middle school. 2 more years. And this airplane already began its career as a professional airplane. I was still in elementary school for 2 more years in October 1992 when this airplane began its career. What were you doing back then? And I'm not sure if you are able to hear it. That baby grebe that is over there is making a lot of noise. Let me see if I can turn around the blimp, keep it in the air a bit. Oh, it's keeping quiet now. Oh yeah. You should be able to pick that up on the microphone. I just picked up the blimp and pointed it in the direction of the birds. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Not now, Junior. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. How to annoy your parents? Ask a baby grebe. You're very good at it. There's the other one. I'm thinking mommy or daddy is taking the other sibling to the one in the side canal. Keep them together. Maybe they'll entertain each other. Smart tactic. This is Aegean Flight 3624 arriving from Athens, an A321neo. If the humidity was still very high, you would have seen vortices emanating from the flap tips. The fact that you didn't is indicative of lower humidity. Big picture wise, this is what it is looking like. This is looking to the north. I think the wind is, or at least the clouds are drifting in from over there more or less. So this is looking more or less to the west. This would be looking to the east. Right now this is what the south is looking like. It's not going to be sunny, unfortunately, but they did expect sunshine for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The last couple of days, next week, the forecasts aren't as good. Then again, the thing with weather forecasts is they are susceptible to change. Feed me, feed me, feed me. KLM Flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. Huh? Huh? Now, didn't this airplane... Okay, that took a very strange route. That took a very strange route. It got vectored to this runway in a very atypical manner. No. How about going back to infinity? There we go. This is KLM Flight 1918, and I do see that Suriname is now lining up on the threshold of the center runway. And Yiket is where? I think that's Stacy, if I recall correctly. Good morning. Good morning, everybody else. man. Flight Devil, good morning, Peter. Yeah, Parent Grebe is taking the loud sibling over to the other one that's chilling over there. Keep them together. Hey, bro! Hey! Come! Don't be bothering me. Leave me alone, bro. I think I have an idea now of why that young baby Grebe was in that canal. Much quieter than the other one. And there's the A340. KLM Flight 1772, arrived from Berlin in the foreground. And Hans Jamuis. Good morning. Suriname on the A340 from Suriname, or on behalf of Suriname I should say, is on its way to Paramaribo again. Should return again tomorrow. Oh, Mom and the loud baby Grebe are coming back this way. And this is KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow, A321neo. Which one is this? And once again a bit of vortices emanating from the flap tips. A321neos are very capable at producing them if there is a bit of humidity in the air. You often see cables from those airplanes. You can hear the Grebe, the baby Grebe in particular. They've dived under. There's the baby. Already looking for mommy. Where are you? Food, 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 food. Whoop. Mommy, where are you? Now they're good underwater swimmers. I am expecting them. Ah, there you go. Oh, you're probably thinking, oh, that's too dangerous. That loud two-legged creature is here. Next up is TUI, a MAX 8737. Just see the call sign, 63 Papa, arriving from Ostend. Relocation flight, I think. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. And it seems that we've crossed through 300 likes. Thank you so much for that. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying. Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming. 1747 has landed, but there are 4 more underway. A380 is too. Retro Transavia is as well. They're working here. They're working everywhere. Pipes, excavators. Not exactly sure what they're constructing over here, but they're doing something all right. Indigo arriving from Mumbai. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Welcome back. Mate, you've missed 1747 thus far. There are 4 more underway. Cathay Pacific cargo arriving from Dubai, landed here. Back when there was also a bit of drizzle in the air. Right now things have cleared up again, even bits of blue. If it is going to stay dry until the end of the stream remains to be seen, but for the time being it's looking good. Now, for those of you who are wondering, looking on flight radar, this is what you can see. Suriname, we saw it take off. It's going back to Suriname to Paramaribo. It should return again tomorrow. We have 4 747s on the way, the first of which is going to be Saudia. Saudia arriving from Jeddah, ETA 1240. There are 3 more underway. 209 Atlas Air, Superna 211, and KLM 226. That's 3 747s in the time span of half an hour when there's only 1 runway open, and I think that's going to be this runway. Retro Transavia on its way back. Not sure if it's going to land over here. I'm pretty certain that the Emirates will not land over here with an ETA of 1:45. Bit late today. Flight 127 arriving from Tangier, and that's in Morocco in the north of...
Oh yeah? Well, screw you guys. I'm
Wrong
going
page.
home.
I was pressing the right button, but it was on the wrong page. There you go. No, it's... I need to scratch for some of you. Right, E2 Emirates 195 arriving from Oslo will be next. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador, which is also in Morocco in... Next after that. Mr. F, good morning, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Have a look. We have a KLM cargo over there, Nippon cargo as well. I'm not sure when, if and when these are expected to leave. Nippon cargo usually takes off somewhere in the duration of the morning streams, usually to Milan or something. So there might be a chance that we're going to see that take off either from 09 or from center. There's the tail of the Cathay Pacific cargo 7478 that already landed. Chinese triples over there, and so too is an Emirates Sky Cargo, which seems to be in the new iteration of the standard livery, the one that we already have for the members, the ribbon tail. Air Arabia Morocco flight 121 arriving from Nador in Morocco, A320. Scott is also back. Good to see you. Scott is also celebrating 15 months of membership. Glad to be back, he writes. Glad to have you, mate. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to improve things. In the meantime, a big thank you to Scott for 15 months of membership. Upwards and onwards. Another member Still green. Still to the liking of Greenpeace. Lately, a lot of members have been turning blue, and I'm not sure if Greenpeace is okay with that. I haven't heard from them yet. I'm pretty sure they'll have an opinion about members not being green anymore. Blue, like Ita. Not the same shade of blue. That's Ita flight 120, arriving from Milan. It is narrow bodies galore to both runways right now. Just played out Steven, also celebrating today 11 months of membership. He writes, keep the lights on, boy, don't give up. Well, thank you so much for the encouraging words, mate. Time will tell. Time will tell. In the meantime, a massive big thank you for the ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Breakfast. He swam very enthusiastically to either mom or dad when they had a fish for him. He's now wondering, where's the food? Where's the food? I need more. Mommy, where are you? Mommy immediately dives under. Oh wait, no. Rapid escape back to where the little one can see mommy or daddy. So apparently over there, that's where the fishies are, or the best fish or something. Because earlier in the show, mom was, or dad was already taking a fish to the sibling baby grebe that is... Whoa, is it over there? Is that it? I think it is. Yeah. Zebra livery, taking a nap. So there's the quiet sibling, and there's the more vocal sibling, the more ADHD sibling. The ADHD sibling is over here. KLM Flight 1662, arriving from Bologna up next. Oh? ADHD baby grebe is looking to visit his or her sibling. Who was trying to do a power nap over there at the top end of the field of view. Carlux, good morning. Ip Klong Dunuk, good morning. Greet, goedemorgen. Pete, good morning. Peter. Okay, that's sounding like something heavy is taking off. Curious what it is. Was sounding pretty loud. Louder than the Delta A380. Flight 162. International 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm still looking around to see... Oh, hey, check it out. Mama has fresh sashimi. Oh, diving under. Let's zoom out. They're diving under as they are approaching me. And rightly so, that fishy looks very tasty. Best beware that I'm not getting it myself. Nah. They should know I'm a vegetarian and I'm not eating, I'm not competing for that fish. Oh. Vocal grebe has spotted mommy or daddy. Yummy, 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 yummy. Good. Breakfast. Yum, 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 yum. Thank you. Good morning, the CASP, and good morning to everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're here at Kaagbaan. Runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. Now one of two runways in use for arrivals, together with runway 36 right. Polderbaan is still closed and is staying closed until next week Friday, when it's going to reopen again. If I'm not mistaken, more or less back to back. After that, the center runway will close for maintenance. Speaking, I think runway use will not change considerably, although of course the Polderbaan has a spotter's place where you can go to, and the center runway doesn't. Interesting lighting and clouds over there in the area of Amsterdam, or maybe just a little bit west of it. Might be looking to the Amsterdam port area, west of the city. Polderbaan is closed, car spotter, because of yearly maintenance. And that is also what's going to happen to the center runway soon thereafter. I'm not sure if it's immediately back to back. So if when Polderbaan opens up on Friday, the Zwanenburgbaan will already close right away. But it won't be too long, if I'm not mistaken. Just a yearly maintenance cycle. That's why it's also closed for less than 2 weeks. Two wide bodies, as you can see, two KLMs, a 777-300 here in the foreground, and in the background there was a 787-10 Dreamliner. This is KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City, and KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto is behind it. Still not a completely dry atmosphere. Humidity relatively high still. That's what is causing those beautiful vortices. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto, Canada. 787-10 Dreamliner. 6 hours, 53 minutes on the way. The BKD, Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Delta. Anything else in the pipeline behind it? Well, yes, there is an Embraer 175 arriving from Persenchester. I think, yeah, only barely visible over there. KLM Flight 696. 5-year-old airplane. The BKD, didn't I say? Yeah, BKD, Bravo Kilo Delta. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. So, we have two siblings, two baby grebes, one who is very hungry and is begging for food. Mom doesn't have any food right now. There's the other sibling. That's the calm one. And that's the ADHD one. Or maybe they both have ADHD, but one is on meds and the other isn't. Good morning, Wolf Wild. Good morning, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're at runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Right now, 1 of 2 runways for arrivals. For another 20 or so minutes after that, it should become the only runway again until 1 o'clock. If you join us later, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 of the show, which was Cathay Pacific Cargo arriving from Dubai. There are 4 more underway. The next 747 should be Saudia, expected, I think it was around 12:40 local time. Chinese triple has been directed to the wrong runway. On final now for 36 right. I'm going to turn the camera to it pretty soon because there's only narrow bodies now on the glide slope to 306. In the meantime, Jeff is celebrating his 10-month membership anniversary, and Jeff says, "You can't stop. Who will show us AMS Wildlife?" Well, any other person who is live streaming here, that's not a difficult question to answer. But thank you so much for your support, Jeff. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Also seeing a Pilatus PC-12 arriving from Biggin Hill, which is also going to 36 right, probably for a breakaway landing, but still, we should be able to pick that up after this has landed. It's looking to become the next airplane after this, so it will be flying at a respectable distance behind it to stand clear of the runway the wake turbulence. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. From the side you can just see how voluminous those fluffs can be. Zooming out a bit further. Well, now the lighting is not that good to see how far those cables stretch behind the airplane. That's all turbulence. That's all wake. It's also what you hear. It's always there, it's just that it's visualized with high humidity. It's also what you sometimes hear when a wide body passes by here when landing on runway 06. Dukeman says, how can you consider stopping now Schiphol has changed its name to match yours? well, tanking statistics, tanking views, tanking subscribers, tanking revenue. It is interesting that Schiphol has rebranded to AMS Schiphol. Let's see, what else is in the pipeline? Iberia A319, KLM 737. After that, an Embraer 190, another Embraer 190, and then another 787-10. Like I said before, there's a Pilatus PC-12 coming next to 36 right, or probably 04. Breakaway to 04 is what I'm expecting, but then again, it might also land on 36 right. There's an Embraer 190 arriving from Billund behind it. I'm looking to my left to see if I can see the Pilatus already. Not yet. It is very small in comparison to the other airplanes that are approaching, particularly compared with the preceding airplane, the triple. I think I'm going to look for it after Iberia will have landed. Where's the Pilatus? Found it. Pilatus PC-12. Arriving from Biggin Hill. Saw it just now. Oh yeah, at the lantern. With the turboprop. Or at least the prop. Here you go. This is Jetfly Aviation. Arriving from Biggin Hill. 54 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. This is the LX JFF Juliet Foxtrot. 6-year-old airplane. Hailing from 2019. Month not specified on flight radar. I'm wondering which runway it will land on. I don't think it's going to break away, or will it? Well, no, it is. Yeah, no, it's doing the breakaway landing. That's why I can still see it, and it's not behind the building. Still a bit higher because it needs to travel a bit further to land on the runway it is finally going to land on. 747 in the way. In the meantime, Fritz, thank you so much for your generosity. Fritz said Limburg just now gifting 5 memberships. And I see that Master Renderer, Aerocentric, Magnolia, David, and Glenn are the recipients. Why are the usernames shown when it concerns recipients of gifted memberships, while in the live chat everybody is shown with their handle? That is inconsistent. Show everybody with their username. Fritz, meantime, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that. But you did it anyway, and I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it. Have fun with the custom emojis, and don't forget, you can also cast your vote if you are a member, even if you're a newly gifted member. There's a poll where you can vote and let your voice be heard to decide the successor to the playtime emoji. That poll is still open until Monday, so feel free. And if you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership, don't forget to thank the gifter. Thank you, Fritz, once again for your generosity, and welcome new members. This is KLM Flight 982 arriving from London City. German Airways, operating for KLM City Hopper. And this is the pre. It used to be Chucky. It used to be our beloved Chucky. So much chocolate goodness on that beautiful fuselage. Converging arrivals still in progress. Narrowbodies galore, except for KLM Flight 604, which is a 787-10 Dreamliner number 2 for runway 06 to Kaagbaan. This is number 190. KLM Flight 1070, and here we can see the gear extend on KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX 787-10. And that's the first wide body to either of the 2 runways. Danny is celebrating his 2-month membership anniversary. He writes, my favorite stream to watch while on captain duty. Well, Danny, thank you so much for your kind words. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to improve things. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you're going to stick around in the lounge for many more months to come. But even if you choose not to, hopefully you will stick around as a regular viewer. Big picture-wise, Hey, and Martin is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Kars, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Big picture-wise, this is what the north now looks like, and according to FlightRadar, according to the meter, the wind is blowing from over there. Now, truth be told, when you look at the weather radar, the rain and cloudiness seems to be coming from the northwest, more or less. So that's where I am looking to see what weather we can expect. Right now, as you can see, bits of blue in the sky. Big contrast with the first half hour of the show, half hour to an hour, where we had drizzle and low visibility. Right now, that's no longer the case. And from what I could see when looking at the radar, it was looking good for the upcoming hours. So I'm hoping it's going to stay dry until the end of the stream. This is KLM flight 604, arrival from LAX. Okay, there's the Chinese triple. Angry looking Chinese. The so-called Zuidas in the background. Offices, partly residential. It used to be just business. Maybe an Amro bank, a couple of law firms over there. Nowadays there are also residential buildings in between those high-rises. Martin Garrix, the DJ, has an apartment, a penthouse somewhere over there. There are some more people that live over there. Although I am wondering why, it's not the the most pleasant part of the city, I personally think. It's a bit cold and unpersonal and very businesslike. If you've ever been to Canary Wharf, you'll know what I am talking about. Bit similar. Austrian Bombardier C-Series 300 on final 236 center. And over here we have another Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol up next. Good morning, Flyboy. Wilma has to go. See you later, Wilma. Narrowbodies galore still. Both runways open for arrivals right now. 737 arriving from Paris over here. Embraer 190 arriving from Barcelona. A319 arriving from Bristol. JetBlue arriving from Boston. That's the first international flight, but still a narrowbody. Going to the wrong runway is A-Jet arriving from Istanbul. KLM arriving from Frankfurt, KLM arriving from Nuremberg, all Embraers. Zooming out a little bit. Well, I had a lot of wide bodies in the immediate vicinity. Jimmy Dignan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Danny asks about the other cargo platform. Yeah, that is still closed. And from what I've heard, from what I've been told, it's not going to reopen again. So it's it means that everything cargo related has to park over there on the south side. That's now the only part that is still cargo apron apparently. Didn't know that. I thought it was temporary because they were working before those parking stands, but apparently it is more structural. Yeah. A few guys walking over there. Huh. Well, there you go. Makeshift offices. And a loo. Very important. They're still working, but I've been told by people that I think work at Schiphol or who are more knowledgeable than I am that it's not going to reopen again. It's apparently something more permanent. I was about to say, it looks like this airplane is waiting for a vacancy to arise. I think that might be the case. I think Nippon has to go first to make room. Didn't look that crowded, but apparently that's the case. Well, might as well have a look at this since there's not much going on over here except Embraers, one after the other. Same Nippon that we saw yesterday. 40 years. You can also hear the baby Grebe. I am seeing both siblings over there, or no, wait, that's one sibling and the parent, and I think that the quiet sibling is over there. Definitely avoidant of its louder sibling. Well, there you go. They're going to construct the new A pier over there, Gerrit says. So yeah, means a reduction of cargo apron space, unfortunately. It's 11:37 and that means that 36 right should close again in a few minutes from now. There are airplanes arriving from the east, and by the looks of it, Transavia arriving from Thessaloniki and KLM Flight 1284 arriving from Aalborg are still being directed to the south. KLM Flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm now at least still seems to be on a more northerly course, so I'm thinking that will probably be directed to the Kaagbaan. And former two airplanes might become the last airplanes to land, or no, I think, well, no, I think I stand corrected. It looks like maybe 36 Center has already closed, since the Embraer 190 arriving from Nuremberg is also going to be landing on the Kaagbaan. Now, JetBlue is going to arrive here next, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Don't think Sarah's in the stream yet, is she? Coming from her hometown of Boston. Flight 31, I think. Or is it 631? I'm always confused. It's an A321neo at least. 6 hours and 40 minutes the flight has lasted thus far. Wow, talking about stalking your parent. I wasn't sure if it had a fish or not, so... Oh, both parents. There you go. Both parents and both siblings. The entire family. There's the vocal sibling. I thought I heard the other one, but that was the quiet one following daddy or mommy. I'm not sure which is which. Wow, he definitely has a preference for one of the two parents. Or are these two moms and two unrelated? No, I'm pretty sure one of the parent grebes gave fish to both of those baby grebes. So I'm thinking these are both parents and two siblings. Nippon cargo will depart from Buitenveldert. And this is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. Dexus, good morning. Bowie the Powie. Captain Kickass, good morning. Kiran, good morning. 01 Mike D, good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. So yeah, Nippon Cargo will be leaving pretty soon. Runway 09 to Milan. Oh boy, now both of the baby grebes are bitching behind their respective parent. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Yeah, no. One is quiet, the other is very vocal. There's the vocal one. I think the parents are taking turns for dealing with that loud sibling. That loud child, I should say. Nippon, not yet with the flaps deployed. DTM. Porsches. KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Ah, Frankfurt. Thank you, Maria. Well, let's have a look. You can see now that the slats are extending. That means that they've set the flaps. Usually that means that the engine... Oh yeah, the ailerons are tested. Now you can see probably the rudder... No, the elevator or... Yeah, there goes the elevator. This is up. And this is going to be... down? Not seeing that. Yeah. And the rudder. Must be because of the pitch. And right rudder. Right, they've tested the controls. They've set the flaps. If everything is in order, they should request taxi clearance and start taxiing. Next up, KLM flight 1710 from Luxembourg, Embraer 190. What do you know? It's looking like the sun is almost about to shine. Oh, I stand corrected. I thought over here we had the laid back of the two baby grebes. This one also is a bit vocal, or at least it was just now, before they started doing wishy-washy. Queenie is on the move already. Or is she? No. Or? No. Still looking to be standing there. Yeah. This one is also vocal. They're both vocal when they're hungry. Or is this the quiet one? Hard to keep them apart. Nippon Cargo is beginning its taxi to the buitenveldbaan, runway 09. To a rare landing it. In the meantime, arriving from Newcastle. Is it going? I think it is. Yep, pedal to the metal. Nippon Cargo on its way. How is the white balance and how is the exposure? If it is a bit yellowish, I can turn it a bit lower, make it a bit more blue. If it is too blue, I can make it a bit more yellowish, a bit warmer. Here on my screens it looks okay-ish. Oh! Singapore Airlines A380, flight 323 to Singapore. Taking off via runway 09 there. KLM Flight 972 arriving from Humberside, Embraer 175. I'm hearing a helicopter. I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, there's the heli. Lifeliner, air ambulance. I thought we also had NOTARs or whatever they're called, no tail rotor medical air ambulances, or have we? I thought we did. I'm not sure. I never see them over here. So apparently in the West they do have tail rotors. Let's see, what does the white balance look like? Seems to be okay, right? If it's too warm or too cold, let me know. Can always change the white balance settings a little. Now, there are 4 747s still underway, ladies and gentlemen, that are expected to land on the runway we are standing right next to. The first arrival will be in 50 minutes, I think, from now. Let's have a quick look, see what's coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are 4 747s on the way. The first of which will be Saudia. Saudia will be arriving in 50 minutes from now, 12:42. And then between 2 and 2:30, we are going to see 3 747s. Atlas Air is expected around 2:01. Superna 2:07. At that time, only one runway will be open for arrivals, and that will be this runway in full as well. Same for the KLM Cargo arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. 2:28, 2:30 now the time of arrival. Should be landing here. Same goes for, well no, Transavia might land on the wrong runway. depending on where it's going to enter the country. And that means that Emirates will be landing on the wrong runway, almost certainly. I'm not sure what the Transavia Retro will do. That will depend on where it's going to fly into the country. If it flies over Brussels, and if it is entering the country in Zeeland, that's the southwesterly most province of the country, then it is probably going to land on this runway. If it is directed over Germany and will enter the country on the easterly border with Germany, it shall probably land on 36 right, because that is open by then still. Nippon is on its way to runway 09. If it is in the vicinity of it, let me know. I'll do my best to film its departure. In the meantime, departures now exclusively once again to the runway we are standing right next to, the Kaagbaan runway 06. This is KLM flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger, and that's an Embraer 190. I'm hearing overhead traffic. Looking up, unfortunately, I'm not able to see the airplanes that are passing overhead. Have a look at the small excavator in the relative foreground, that massive behemoth behind it. Right. The next arrivals here are KLM flight 1216, arriving from Stockholm. That's a 737-800. After that, we are going to see KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen. That's an Embraer 190. Oh, that's out of focus. Let's have that set back to manual and to infinity. Kept it on auto for the Greebs, but for the airplanes, having it set to infinity in manual is the best. Last little bit we are going to see for now of this 7478 before it's going to hide behind the building. Bye bye. Now, I'm happy to say that there are wide bodies underway as well. We had to wait for it. It is coming this way. My live chat doesn't want to scroll down to the bottom of the page. That's a bit annoying. Let me see if I can do a reboot of the live chat in a moment. And LVDV9700 is celebrating 11 months of membership. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. 1 month, and then you'll be turning blue. Green. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know, and let me see what I can do to improve things. Let me quickly turn around. First fix that chat window. It's always a bit troublesome. Copy the URL. Close the window. Open up a new window. Paste the link that I copied. Go from top chat to live chat. Zoom in and scroll to the bottom. And re-enable the even split screen. Scroll back to where I was. Oh, flight radar. Shit, I'm still not seeing the last messages. So we'll fix that later. This is KLM Flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 8 hours and 25 minutes on the way. 777-300. The PHB VB. Bravo Victor Bravo. 17-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Hey Evan, top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Welcome back, mate. Good to see you again. Hope you've been well. Is this the same as the one we saw already, or is this a new one? Huh? This is a new one. You can hear the engine starting. Well, I'm struggling a bit to get my chat window up to the last messages. It does seem to be working vertically. Why not if I turn the split screen horizontally? Alright, now it does. Is it updating? Maria's message is the last one. Is that so? Yeah. I think it's syncing again. Yeah, Paul's message as well. Check. Hey, thank you so much for 400 likes, guys. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. Hope everybody is. Don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel if you are enjoying this content. If you want to help us reach a wider audience, liking and subscribing on paper should help. Telling a friend will too. Emirates is going. That's flight 146. On its way to Dubai. Keep me posted when that Nippon cargo is lined up or about to line up, or if it is almost going. Bear in mind there is a lag in the chat and what is happening on Flight Radar, guys. Though I think that the stream itself is or the chat is not delayed. I think it is the stream itself. The video is delayed. The chat works nicely. Hey Lise, goedemorgen. Luke, goedemorgen. And JG Im JGim has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge and thanks for your vote of confidence. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that now are at your disposal. Also, don't forget, you can vote now if you are a member. Whether it is new or old, doesn't matter. If you are a member, you can vote until Monday if you haven't done so already. There's a vote, there's a poll going on. You can find the link in the community section for members. The replacement emoji for playtime. 16 suggestions have been made and you guys can decide which one it'll be. The poll is open until Monday evening local time. After that, I'm going to post the results and start working on whatever has become the winner. EasyJet having arrived from Krakow, A320neo. hearing that little grebe, but not seeing it. Its sibling is over there. I'm pretty sure that's not the one we have been hearing. The one over there is keeping quiet. Next arrival, KLM Flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff, Embraer 175. That baby grebe audible so well. So there are two baby grebes, and both of them can be very vocal at times. I think the other one is hiding somewhere over there. In the meantime, the angry Chinese is on the move. China Southern Cargo on its way to the center runway, I am expecting. Meanwhile, the medical ambulance is returning to base. Looks a bit pixelated, that light. That's because I'm very far zoomed in. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Indeed, Danny, 4 queens arriving. They have to make room. In the meantime, Ilko is going ahead and gifting 5 memberships, babe. Thank you so much for your generosity. And there you can see the discrepancy in YouTube because the recipients are mentioned with their usernames and not with their handles. So why not give everybody back their username, YouTube? Ilko, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Ilko if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to vote in the poll. You have until Monday for the replacement emoji of playtime. Ilko, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome new members to the Aurora Sky Lounge. This is KLM Flight 1788 arriving from Hanover, and Embraer 175. How far along is Nippon cargo? I think it should be in the vicinity of the threshold of 09 by now. How far are we from its departure? Now, 4747 still expected, 3 of which will arrive within the time span of half an hour. Between 2 and 2:30 is when we expect showtime. The next 747, the first one of the 4 still expected, is expected around 12:40. Over here in the canal, all is quiet. That means that this baby grebe is satiated for the time being with food. The other swam off to this part of the canal with its parent. No longer am I hearing either of the two, so They're probably filled for now. Means we can focus on the airplanes again. Narrow bodies for the time being. Hey, thank you, Maria. Second for takeoff. Nippon Cargo. Nippon Cargo to Frankfurt. Is almost ready to take off via runway 09. You should be able to see that quite well from over here. Okie do. It's pushback galore. Check it out. Not only has Qatar been pushed back, or it landed here on the Kaagbaan and I missed it, but I think it has been pushed back. And Air China is also in the process of being pushed back. You can hear engines being started. I think those are the GE90s of the Qatar in the background. T-Mac, good to see you again. Welcome back, mate. Second airplane arriving here is going to be an A330, so I will turn around for that. It's arriving from Bonar. We have Transavia flight 5794 arriving from Preveza over here. We have the 747. Next, I think this is the cheater on cheater's lane. Nippon ready. Here we go. A lot of stuff going on. Thin air, but not with the A350. Nippon lined up. Thank you for keeping me posted, guys. I think it is the Grebe over there that is becoming more vocal. Goods in the background. 2 cargo departures have been pushed back. We should see them cross the runway. We're now pointing the camera in the direction of where I think Nippon Cargo will emerge from behind the buildings. Nippon Cargo to Frankfurt, 7478. Behind me, KLM flight 765 is arriving from Bonaire. So everything is happening all at once, as is often the case. How can we combine this? Well, I'm going to give it a go. Here we have an arrival. And there we have the departure. And there's Nippon Cargo on its way to Frankfurt. It's all happening at once. That's often the case. Things of interest taking place simultaneously or nearly simultaneously. Another Queen has left the building. 4 are on their way to arrive here. And if all is well, we should be seeing them over here on this runway, all of them. Hey, Yin also back in the chat. And Richard V Skyscraper as well. Good afternoon. Douwe, goedemiddag. Erik, goedemiddag. Good afternoon, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at Kaagbaan, runway 06. Only runway for arrivals until approximately 1 o'clock. If you hear baby grebes, that's because they're here. There's 2 of them and they're hungry and complaining to their parents about their dietary requirements. 1 747 has landed, 1 has left just now. 2 cargo aprons there have been pushed back and are going to taxi out. 4 more 747s are on the way, the A380 is on the way, the Retro Transavia is also underway, and the vast majority of them will land on this runway with near certainty. The A380 will not land here with near certainty, and the one that's a bit questionable is the Transavia Retro. Depending on where it will enter the country, it will either land here or on the wrong runway. E2, KLM flight 1136 from Dublin, that was. Next up, TUI A320, arrival from CGN, Cologne. Maybe a relocation flight, Leave Aviation. Call sign of TUI. The Dandy! The Dandy is coming to town. Nice. Raif asks about the Polderbaan opening next week, Friday. It's going to be closed until Thursday. Next week, Friday, it should reopen again. Well, Dandy is coming to town. Leave Aviation with a call sign of TUI. No flight number, so I'm thinking relocation flight. It's coming in from Cologne. If it has water with it, it's Eau de Cologne. Leon, goedemiddag. It's 12:11, and that means that in half an hour from now the next 747 should be arriving here. Saudia, arriving from Jeddah. Let's have a look at the Dandy. Flashy or not, it is a Dandy. Dandy. What do you guys think? Dandy? Dandy? If it has a cat on board, will it be Dandelion? Qatar cargo takeoff from 09. Oh, Qatar cargo to take off from 09. Oh, right, there you go. And Air China probably center right. Right, the airplane is holding, and the reason why is because there are 2 wide bodies coming, Delta Airlines and after that KLM. Have a look. Glide slope shot with wide bodies. Delta Airlines flight 144 in the foreground. And that is an A330neo arriving from Bill J's hometown of Seattle, Washington. The November 410 Delta Zulu. 9 hours and 22 minutes on the way. After that, KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Wonder if the A330 will cross the runway already. The answer is yes. Before KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Next up is going to be KLM flight 744. It's arriving from Lima in Peru, which is right next to 11 hours and 24 minutes away, the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Foxtrot. Qatar cargo also ready to cross the runway. Here we go again. And they're on their way. Next airplane arriving here is going to be KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. That's a 737-800. Here it is. The PHBCA Bravo Charlie Alpha. 1 hour and 16 minutes away. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Are those both the children now, or I think so. Yep, there's the quiet one. And, oh, the other one has also gone quiet. What? That's good parroting. Both of the children taking a little nap after they had their brunch. Now, Phil Castro is still hunting for brunch. Where did I see him? There he is. Hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Oh. Almost looked like it had something inside. This is Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan, A330-300. Hey, Sarah is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. How has that severe storm that was on your way the other day been? Hopefully not too much damage. John Singleton also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Lisa has to go back to work again. See you later, Lisa. No, wait, there's still one of the two baby grebes complaining for food. ADHD grebe wasn't asleep after all, turns out. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Incessantly. Alright, let's have a look. What else is there in the pipeline? Next airplane, KLM Flight 1020, arriving from Leeds. That's an Embraer 190. After that, an E2 Embraer 195. Then an Embraer 175. So we'll have all three airplane types of KLM Embraer back to back. And after that, United Airlines Flight 20, arriving from Houston in Texas. That's a 767-300 on its way. So yeah, as you can see, it has become a bit darker again. Hope that the brightness is still okay. We're at plus a quarter stop. I can go up to more if you guys prefer that. Just to give you an idea, this would be plus half a stop. That my camera has the tendency to expose a little too dark to my liking. Been using a quarter stop of exposure compensation thus far. This is plus half a stop. So if you guys prefer this, let me know. This is going back to a quarter stop. And this is plus half a stop. Also, if the white balance is not good, if it is too yellowy or too green or too blue, let me know. Most settings are manual and I can change them. Sir says my area was fine, but there was beach erosion, flooding, broken branches and power outages. We don't get storms that bad. Are the trees in leaf already over there? That's usually what makes it worse. If the trees are already or are still mostly in leaf. I'm happy to hear it's not been too bad for you personally. So once again, this is plus half a stop. This is back to plus a quarter stop. You guys let me know what you guys prefer. So we're back at a quarter stop the way we were in the beginning already. At times it's looking a bit dark here, so let me know if it needs to be brighter or not. Jessica, good afternoon. Good afternoon everybody else who may have joined. In 20 minutes from now, if all is well, the first next 747, the second of the show, to arrive at least, should be landing here. And there's 3 more expected within half an hour between 2 and 2:30. Paul says half looks better. And Davey says too green. Can we go a little lower? Maybe like so. This is just above 5,000 Kelvin. And Paul says plus half is better. This is plus a half. If it needs more tweaking, let me know. I'm not one of those guys who films everything on auto. It's all it's manual and exposure compensation so that I can set the f-stop properly. So everything is customizable. All right. This is KLM Flight 1774, arriving from Berlin, Embraer 175. It's the thing I miss the most on my camera, the option to have the histogram. I do have a monitor that I can attach to the camera, which does have that setting. but it makes the already big camera with the phone attached to it even more susceptible to wind. So that's why, even though it was a good, it does show me more detail, I haven't used my monitor that much. Turns out that a smaller setup is better when you're out and exposed to wind. Looking fine, okay. Thanks, Paul. If it needs tweaking, let me know. All right, United Flight 20, arriving from Houston in Texas. Here it is, the November 641 Uniform Alpha. 9 hours and 37 minutes on the way. And how old is this airplane? 34 years already. First flight March 1991. And had 3 more years of elementary school to go before going to middle school back in that year. What were you doing back in March 1991? Houston, indeed, Jaffa, where the house music originates from. Everybody knows that, right? You all knew that. I'm pretty sure you did. Let's see. KLM is arriving from Malta with a 777. Interestingly, that's KLM 9862. That it's not a flight number. That is a call sign. Still flying a bit south. It's looking to come this way, or are they going to let that land on a different runway? Oh. Is it maybe... No, they're not going to direct it to runway 04, are they? It's looking a bit off where it flies right now compared to what I'm used to seeing, but then again, we did see that earlier today as well with other airplanes. Just curious if it's going to land on 06, or maybe a different runway. Hey Klaas, goedemiddag. Oh, and the parent grebe has food again. Sashimi Uber delivery grebe. Diving under to keep the goods fresh. There it is. It's also making a sound. Like it's saying, dinner time. Ah, are those both siblings? I think it might be. Yep. 2 children and 1 parent. Food, fishy. Yum. Yum. Thank you. Come again. Right. Now I'm still seeing that 777 from KLM arriving from Malta on a different path than the glide slope to 06. So it's looking like it is actually going... I think it's coming in for runway 24. There it is. Let me turn around the camera so we can follow it more precisely. Here it is. So this, I think, is a relocation flight from arriving from Malta, 777-300, and it's looking like it's going straight for runway 04. It's between the glide slopes of runways 06 and 36 right. So you don't see this very often. If you compare KLM Flight 751, that is not too far behind it. That is coming to runway 06. So this is a relocation flight. This is the PHBVR. I'm wondering what the reason for this move is. Has it been maintained over there? Was it stranded? Did it have to divert or something? So a 777-300 going directly to runway 04, the Oostbaan. Don't see this very regularly, although it has happened before. Usually with biz jets, not with the 777-300. Qatar cargo lined up for takeoff. Maria says that's from 09, isn't it? KLM Flight 751 is also coming. That's almost ready to land here. And we all know where that is coming from. That's Guayaquil. That's a port town in a country called Ecuador. Here it is. Ah, KLM does painting in Malta, Jermaine says. So there you go. It probably returned from a fresh paint job. Howdy Frans, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. It's 12:32 and Saudia 747 should not be too far out any longer. Let's have a look shortly. Have a look at those flap surfaces. They are immaculate, as they almost always are at KLM. Saudia cargo 10 minutes out. Next up will be Norwegian with a MAX 8 737. It's still pretty far away, and that gives us some time to have another look at Flight Radar to see what is in store. Saudia is already in Dutch airspace. It's looking like they're going to direct it east of Schiphol and then turn it on a left-hand pattern onto runway 06. With a little bit of luck, if it is passing by, we might be able to see it. It should be clearly visible on a bright day, so depending on the ceiling, we should be able to see it. The first 747 already in the country. The other are not too far off. Between 2 and 2:30, 3 747s are going to land here. Atlas Air will be arriving around 2:09. Before that will be Superna with 2:07, 2 minutes apart. The third 747 is from KLM Cargo. 2:26 is now its estimated time of arrival. Transavia Retro is coming. I'm not sure yet where that is going to land. By the looks of it right now, it is going to be directed to the east of the Netherlands, in which case it will land on the wrong runway. That will certainly happen to the Emirates A380, which is arriving around 1:39. They do sometimes lead Transavia via Brussels and then over the southwest of the Netherlands. If they take this route, I'm thinking it's going to land on runway 06, but in all likelihood, it's not going to land here. We should be able to see it from a distance still. This is Norwegian, flight 1256, arriving from Oslo. That's a MAX 8 737. RDW, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Olaf, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, big picture wise, this is what the north is currently looking like. This is what the northwest looks like. This is the west, northeast, east, southeast, south, and southwest. We've had a bit of drizzle in the morning. Thus far, it has stayed dry after that. Now looking in the direction that, at least this morning, the clouds seem to be drifting in from, which is different from the wind on ground level. There does seem to be a bit darker sky coming our way, so I'm hoping it is going to stay dry here. We'll see. Next airplane arriving here is EasyJet flight 22179, arriving from Persenchester. That's an A320. There's an A320neo also from EasyJet behind it. That's arriving from London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, because it might give you the cramps. TAP Portugal will be next after that. That's now number 3, flying over Leiden, arriving from Lisbon. A321neo. Grebes and oh no, wait, I thought that was just one of the parent grebes, and is that a duck? It is. Donald Duck has been sighted. What the quack? Nice quacker. I'm not too sure about what I'm seeing over there. Let me also have a look on the website of the Dutch Met Office. What is it indicating? Nah, it just looks grim, but there's no rain in the vicinity already. We should be okay. The weather radar is not showing anything in the vicinity. It's just darker clouds, and it should be okay. All right. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Now, this is EasyJet arriving from London Luton, so look away if you are intolerant to Luton. Don't want you to get a bad case of diarrhea. Although if you were to get that, we have a solution what to do. Good afternoon, Cherry and Paolo. Paolo asks, which runway for Air Canada 901? Is that inbound or outbound? In the meantime, the Queen is passing over Amsterdam. I think the clouds are in the way because it's so close by already. Ordinarily it should be visible. It will drop below the ceiling at some point, so let's keep an eye out for it. I'm not seeing a 747. But there's definitely a predator bird over there that was soaring high, overlooking everything. So yeah, the 747, it should be somewhere over there. It should be in the field of view, I think. Air Canada outbound is probably going to take off via 36 Center. It seems that 36 Center has been the primary runway for outbound traffic today, with 09 for traffic to the east as secondary runway. So I'm pretty sure that Air Canada will take off via 36 Center, Paolo. Okay, well, the 747 now should be somewhere over there in the sky. Had we had blue skies all over, it would have been visible. I'm hoping it is going to dive under the ceiling somewhere where we can still see it. If not, we should see it on final in a few minutes from now. It's on the downwind leg right now. Wide body S number 2. That's KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, an A330, 777-300ER. And here in the foreground, we have an A320neo. That's from EasyJet, flight 23301, arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. Swiss registered. No, wait, that's the wrong airplane I'm clicking on. British registered Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Sierra GUZ. Right, it's the Eurovision Song Festival special livery. .747, it should be somewhere over there. I'm not seeing it. The ceiling is in the way. The ceiling is in the way. We'll see it soon enough though. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 52 minutes, the flight time. 777-300ER, it's the BHBVI. Bravo Victor India. I think I'm hearing a propeller, or is that a motorcycle? I think it's military traffic overhead. Right, this airplane, 13 years old, first flight June 2012. Was that a Hercules or something that I heard passing by? Definitely sounded somewhat military. And again, can't see it, can't say for sure. These days you don't hear anything with propellers that often anymore, unfortunately. Not here. Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin will be next. Transavia will be next after that. And after that, Saudia. Ah, Antonov. There you go. Thank you, Veerboot. So, Shamrock and Transavia are already visible. The 747 is flying base. Means it should become visible from the right, probably a bit lower. I'm not sure if it is below the ceiling already. I don't think it is, but it might be. Ah, Ukrainian Antonov. There you go. Thank you for letting us know. Saudia is approaching the glide slope. Don't think we can see it already. We can see the lights of the second airplane. Ah, wait, no, we have a visual. There it is. Oh, we can even see the fourth airplane behind it. What? That's insane. Okay, glide slope visibility better than I thought it was. Are those the lights of the fourth airplane already? I'm not sure that they are. Where did we see them? For a moment I thought, yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, no, it is the fourth airplane. That's Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. You can see that the Delta is still battling the clouds a little. Either that or the clouds, there are clouds in the way between it and us. The gear of the 747 is extending, and as you can see, the main gear comes out simultaneously. All four main gears come out simultaneously. On the A380 you'll see a particular order. The outer comes out first and then the inner. Saudia Flight 933, the second 747 of the show. The second of 5, ladies and gentlemen. There are 3 more expected between 2 and 2:30. And they should land on this runway as well. This is Saudia Cargo, Flight 933, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights. It's a 747-400 freighter, the 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Alpha, aka the 9H Akka. Or Hakka, or something to that effect. 5 hours and 38 minutes on the way. Now number 10 on flight radar, tracked by 444 people. 30-year-old airplane, first flight January 1995, ladies and gentlemen. What were you doing back then? I was in my first year of middle school, I think. Hey Grutje, also back in the chat, good to see ya. And seems we've also crossed 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Now, will it get loud?
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
We'll soon find out. Meanwhile, one queen is arriving, another will be leaving. Next arrival is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's an A330neo. Nick Pronk, in the meantime, becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Nick. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Have fun with the custom emojis. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. You're now also eligible to vote in the custom emoji election to choose the successor to the playtime emoji. The poll is open until Monday, so be sure to vote, and before then, oh, this is looking to become a floaty landing. Jeez, check that out. Wow. Nose gear is still up, eh? Yeah. Only now did it touch down. Incredible. Meanwhile, Queenie outbound is already on the move. And another Queen in the background behind her. Cathay Pacific Cargo, it was the first Queen that we saw here this morning. Now it is leaving again. You heard the whistle of an E2. No, an A220 actually. Now, Klaas just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. As you can see, there is discrepancies in YouTube because the recipients are mentioned with their username, while the gifter is mentioned with his handle, as is the rest of the chat. Klaas, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of Klaas's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him, or dankeschön, or dankjewel. He understands all. Don't be afraid to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. That goes for all members. Spamming is not allowed, but using custom emojis, you all are allowed to use as much as you want. So get creative with them and have fun with them first and foremost. Klaas, dankjewel. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much, mate. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Icelandair is arriving today with a 767. It is flying downwind and is expected in probably less than 10 minutes from now. There are 3 747s underway still, of 5 in total. So before between 2 and 2:30 they are expected full as well. I'm going to stick around until all of them will have landed. This is what the weather forecast is now looking like. We are over here and we are going to be in the clear for the time being. No immediate risk of rain. In the meantime, Atlas Air has reached Ireland and is expected to land here around 2:09. We have Superna underway. That is expected 2 minutes prior. The A380 will arrive around 1:37, and 1:39 is the estimated time of arrival for the Retro Transavia. Last tagline of today's show is going to be this, the KLM Cargo PHCKA, the CKA arriving from Nairobi around 2:26. Baby Grebe over here. Pedaling. That looks so funny. They look so clumsy. Does it have an injured leg? Ah, no, don't tell me that his right leg got injured. Ah, that would be so sad. Man, I'm really starting to think now that it might have a problem with his other leg. No, it is moving. It is moving. It has to be able to move its right leg, otherwise it shouldn't be able to move. So right, back to the arrivals. This is an A320neo arriving from Milan. Icelandair is now number 2 if all is well, and number 1 should be KLM flight 1354 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Hey Infinity, also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. It's 12:58, that means converging arrivals will resume again any moment now. Or at least on paper, that should be the case. Airplanes arriving from the east still seem to be coming to runway 06. Loud sibling is also coming over. Is it looking over its sibling? I think it is. Right, in the meantime, Icelandair just now landed and the Queen is leaving. Right, let's see what is up next. Sky Express arriving from Athens, A320neo, flight 790. Next up is going to be Ryanair flight 3102 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Ryanair pilots often use their reversers, so I'm wondering if this time around they're going to use them as well. In that case, we should hear that without a question. After that, we are going to see a Transavia A321neo arriving from Seville. And after that, an Embraer 190 already visible. No. Yeah, Embraer 190. That's a lot arriving from Warsaw. And this is Ryanair flight 3102 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And I'm also seeing that the KLM flight from Hamburg is now being directed more to the south, so they are going to open up, or have already opened up, runway 36 right by now. At least the Emirates A380 is going to land on that wrong runway. And it'll depend on the way that the Retro Transavia will be directed to the Netherlands, where it's going to land. My guess would be that they're entering via the east and are going to land on 36 right. That's the reversers. That's the reversers of Ryanair, alright. BizJet on final for 36 right, or maybe 04 flight Tirol arriving from Innsbruck, Cessna Citation CJ3 Plus. Next up will be a Transavia A321neo arriving from Seville. 2 hours 28 minutes on the way to Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Tango. Flight time 2 hours and 28 minutes, and this is how old? Brand new. First flight of this airplane was in June this year. So they're back to the landing peak configuration, which today consists of this runway staying open and runway 36 right opening as secondary runway. Everything from the east in the upcoming hour is going to land on runway 36 right. The primary runway for departures is center, means that anything taking off should appear from over there more or less. There are 3 more 747s expected right now, between 2 and 2:30, and if all is well, they should land on this runway. Retro Transavia and the Emirates A380 are expected between 1 and 2. Emirates almost always, well, I don't think I recall ever having seen them arrive via Zeeland, the southwesterly most province, so they always arrive via the east, and that means it's going to be assigned to 36 right. Depends on the route, the remaining route of the Retro Transavia, where it's going to land. I'm counting on it going to 36 right. Regular viewers of the channel will know that at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This one is looking very polished and is arriving from Warsaw. The citation, in the meantime, approaching 36 right. Somewhere over there it should be flying in. Pretty close, should be pretty close by already. Oh yeah, there it is. Question is, will this land on 36 right or will it break away to 04? The earlier bizjet that we saw broke away. This one is hiding behind the buildings, and that's going to land then. Means that it is already lower than the other airplane was that did the breakaway landing. Yeah. It's looking like it's going to land on 36 right. It's interesting to see that now. Oh wait, no. For a moment it was looking like Grebe on the right was able to use its feet normally. Come on, leave it alone. Why would it do that? This is KLM flight 1818 arriving from Frankfurt. This is number 175. 15 minutes flight time. Seems nominal. Papa Hotel Echo X-ray Mike. You might be wondering, where is bird control? They're over there. They are there. Let's have a quick look and see where the airplanes of interest are at right now. Yeah, well, we can already see that Transavia Retro is also going to enter the country via the east. So these two are going to land on 36 right. No question about it. The other 3 747s are approaching slowly but surely. So 2 airplanes that will get away from us We'll land on the wrong runway. We should still be able to see it quite easily from over here. It's luckily not very warm. That means not a lot of heat wave distortion as well. Next is KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the northwest. This is the west. This would be the northeast, the east, southeast, the south, and lastly the southwest. Haven't seen the sun yet. It should come out this weekend. Last few sunny days before a week of lots of rain, or at least that's what the weather forecasts now all say. This is Air Baltic arriving from Riga in the Estonian flag livery. Flight time 2 hours and 4 minutes. The geared turbofan whistle when it passed by. You'll hear the same whistle whenever there is an E2 Embraer passing by. Come over here, baby. We'll chase your brother or sister away. Should leave you the fuck alone. Yeah. So it definitely is able to swim with both legs, but it does seem like it has something with its right leg. And it is able to swim straight, more or less, if it wants to. Right. Vueling, fueling, welling, wheeling, boiling, voiling is coming. Arriving from Alicante. The ECKLT Kilo Lima Tango. 2 hours 24 minutes on the way. A320. That's 17 years old already. First flight December 2007. There's also a fueling, vueling, wheeling, welling arriving on 36 right. Arriving from Valencia. After that, Turkish, flight 1957. Bird control over there. One of the Greek siblings over there. And the other over there. So now we know why the calm one wasn't in the vicinity. Its parent did come over to give it some food still, so they are taking care of all of their children. A pirate grebe with a wooden leg that floats. That might be it. That might be it. This is KLM flight 1176 arriving from Stavanger. That's number 175. Turkish A380 is approaching 36 right. Should be the next arrival over there. And this is Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. A330-300. The TC Lob, Tango Charlie Lima Oscar Bravo. Flight time 3 hours and a minute. Nominal flight duration 3 hours. Usually the average flight duration between Istanbul and Amsterdam at this point. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight January 2014. All right, if you think I am hearing engines being started and they sound like GE90s, that's because over there we have a 777 that is in the process of being pushed back. Oui, oui, on est du fromage, à bientôt. Merci beaucoup. Embraer 190 arriving from Lyon. BizJet arriving from London Luton from NetJets on final for either 36 right or 04, depending on what they're going to do at the end. First up an E2 Embraer 195 to 06 arriving from Toulouse. And there's a Qatar 777 freighter arriving from Doha, turning final to 36 right. At a respectable distance from the BizJet that is now on final. Where did I see it? Wrong tree, isn't it? Huh? No, wait, there. Huh? Am I looking at the wrong tree? Oh, yeah. The pattern of trees looked alike. BizJet arriving from London Luton. E2. E2 arriving from Toulouse. So, at least the right engine is running already. Flaps don't seem to have been extended yet, or have they? Yeah, they have. In fact, the lights are already on, so I'm wondering, did they already do their controls check and is it now ready to start taxiing? rudder to the right. That's because it is now moving. It started its taxi. Cargo triple on the move outbound. Another cargo triple arriving right now on runway 36 right. Qatar cargo flight 8207 arriving from Doha. We could already see by the tail that this was Emirates, and there's the biz jet in the background. Not a small one. Definitely not a small one. Air France flight 7040 in the meantime is landing here on runway 06, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. And this is Qatar cargo arriving from Doha, 6 hours and 11 minutes on the way. That's the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Foxtrot, best friend forever. Emirates is making its way over to the point where it is going to traverse the runway. Next airplane arriving behind me is KLM Flight 1502, arriving from Madrid, A321neo. There's the parent again, but the parent doesn't have any food. Loud Grebe is going to be disappointed. Don't have anything for you, mate. Alright, next airplane is still pretty far away. That's KLM Flight 1920 arriving from Zurich. That begs the question, is Emirates now going to cross the runway right away? Or is it not? Looks like it'll have to wait. Yeah. Right? No airplanes immediately behind the airplane that just now landed, so all clear for crossing the runway, I think. Or are they holding for an invisible airplane that I'm not seeing behind me? Well, there is an airplane coming up ahead, but not very far, not very close by yet. Apparently it's waiting. Apparently the Emirates can wait. It has to wait for the Red Wine Express, KLM Flight 1442, arriving from Bordeaux. That's the next arrival here, 737-800. Yeah, in Nippon it is the new ribbon tail. Haven't seen that on passenger airplanes yet. I'm wondering how the rollout is going, because it seems like the overwhelming majority of the airplanes is still in what I consider the old standard livery. Have they stopped rolling out this new iteration or something? Because it's only been on cargo airplanes and one A380, I think, that I've seen thus far. In the background you could already see the Qatar taxiing back. The Qatar that landed, now it's ready to go. If you look behind the airplane, you should see the Qatar cargo. There it is. That's coming over to park at one of the cargo aprons. On the cargo apron at one of the stands. Okido, where are all the airplanes to the Kaagbaan? ITA? Is that the next one coming this way? ITA arriving from Milan? It's looking like it. Nothing on the glide slope just yet. Although ITA should be flying in the vicinity of Leiden, so on paper we ought to be able to see it, and there it is already. I think Qatar Airways is also now has just turned final 236 right. That's Qatar Airways flight 273 arriving from Doha. That's a person airplane, not a cargo airplane. Looking south of me, I have to say it's looking like a bit more grim clouds over there. That's more at the horizon further up ahead. That's to the south, so not running the risk of it getting to me, but certainly is looking a bit more threatening over there than it does over here. This is ITA Airways flight 114 arriving from Milan. That's a Bombardier C Series 100. Looking very pixelated in almost 400 times digital zoom, in addition to all the optical zoom that this camera can provide. Going back to the top end of optical zoom would result in this 1 hour and 20 minutes underway. Irish registered EIHLA Hotel Lima Alpha. I spy with my little eye. More interesting stuff going on the cargo apron. Have a look at this. The CKA, or what is it? Which one is it? It's the CKB on pushback. Ooh, that makes for a nice thumbnail, I think. These tuggers have a system, I think, that goes around the nose gear and then lifts it up. So you should be able to see it drop. I'm not sure, this probably is not a pushback, this is probably a relocation, right? It's going to a maintenance hangar, or is it? Doesn't look like it was a pushback. This is a pushback. This is a relocation, and they're waiting for clearance to cross the runway. Well, in that case, they will have to wait until the airplane that we saw in the distance that has now gotten closer by will have landed. ITA Airways, the Bombardier C Series 100, arriving from Milan at 1:04. 1 hour 20 minutes and a bit underway. And good afternoon to everybody who has joined the Freeze, and Rolf, and Guido, and René, and Ray. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of 2 747s already, but there are 3 more underway. Not only that, but the Emirates A380 and the Retro Transavia are 2. The latter 2 will probably land on 36 right. But the 3 747s, which are expected between 2 and 2:30, on paper should land here on runway 06. I'm sticking around until they've all landed. So if you don't have to be anywhere, make sure you stick around. It should make for interesting viewing. The 747 is, and the tugger before it, is still waiting to get clearance to cross the runway. It'll have to wait at least until this A321neo has arrived from Chester, flight 1032. This is Fax F, Papa Hotel, Alpha X-Ray Foxtrot. The tugger is not moving yet. There's a 737 arriving from Venice. That is also on final. And Ray says 3. Holy shit. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Have a look. Emirates and Retro are already, well, Retro is turning final and Emirates is not too far away. And we have 1 at 2:07, 1 at 2:09, and 1 at 2:33, all of which will be at a time that on paper only Kaagbaan should be open. Fingers crossed that they're not going to deviate from the standard procedures with respect to runway use. If they won't, we will be golden here. I'm thinking the tugger is going to move. Kilo Foxtrot with the CKB. And if you guys are enjoying the views, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel and tell a friend. We're on the move. In the meantime, bits of blue sky have arrived over here. It's like there is a delineation between where it is a bit more dark and where, at least temporarily, because at the horizon it is seeming like it's more cloudy once again, but here a streak of openness. You can clearly see it. It's as if we are transitioning from one weather type to the next. Not sure if that's actually the case. Don't know what it looks like on the satellite, but have a look, ladies and gentlemen. The Zuidas, the banks and law firms over there at the south of the edge of Amsterdam are basking in sunshine. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1138 arriving from Dublin has arrived on the scene here. Next arrival. Retro Transavia, almost forgot, is in the process of landing. Let's have a look at it. We should see its rollout. It's already behind the buildings. Big hungry baby grebe is making a lot of noise. And there's the Retro Transavia. What a beaut. Still looking beautiful as ever. Okay, we have baby grebe over there, but we also have a very loud baby grebe over there. This one is nicely keeping up with the parent. Being very loud. Makes me wonder, is that the one with the leg injury? Yeah, that's looking like the one with the leg injury. At least the parent is not picking on him. It does look like the parents are making sure that that even though it has a leg injury, it is still taken care of properly. Okie doke, let's see. The A380 is turning final almost. It's flying base. Let's go hunt for it after this airplane will have landed here. This is a Transavia A321neo arriving from Malaga. Now, if there are among you who just came to see the landing of the A380, you might want to stick around a bit longer, because between 2 and 2:30, 3 747s are going to land here, and they're going to land, if all is well, at a time where only runway 06 is open, the one that we are standing right next to. The Emirates A380 should be over there somewhere. Don't see it yet. It is turning final. Gives us a few moments to spare to have a look at Flight Radar. You can see this is what is happening. The A380 is turning final and should land on 36 right in the moment. Superna is entering Dutch airspace and is expected around 2:12. If all is well, it should be assigned to runway 06. The same will happen for this with an ETA of 2:07. And lastly, the KLM CKA. We saw the CKB being towed away. This is the CKA arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. That's also approaching. The big behemoth, the beast from the east. It has become visible. There it is already. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 39 minutes on the way. Gear is extending. The outer main gear already out. The inner should be coming out right now. This is the Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Oscar. Number 7 on Flight Radar, tracked by 517 people. Rookie numbers, we have more viewers than that. Sure, we could get it in the top 5, can't we? Six hours and 40 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, first flight April 2015. So 3 more 747s after the 2 that we already saw land here on Kaagbaan 06. Expected in 45 minutes from now. Within 45 minutes from now, actually. Bit more modest zoom. You can see this is approximately where I am pointing the camera to. You can also see why it looks a bit pixelated when I get it in frame a bit bigger. Emirates A380, the beast from the east. Flight 147. And it seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, guys. If you guys want to help this channel reach a wider audience, be sure to like and maybe subscribe to the channel and tell a friend. 3 more 747s after the 2 that we already saw after this A380 has landed. Between 2 and 2:30, Superna shall be entering Dutch airspace pretty soon, if it hasn't already. If all is well, it should get a runway assignment 06. But I am curious though, so keep me posted if you would. That's the A380. Last bit that we can see before it is going to touch down. Unless, of course, it'll go around, which one time we did see from a similar position as where we're now at, but that was only a one-off occurrence. Not sure why it happened when it did. It was a summery day, I still remember. There you go, this time around No go around, just a plain landing. The two-story behemoth with wings. And there it is. All right. So, 3 more 747s underway. Superna, probably the first to arrive in Dutch airspace. Has it already been assigned to runway 06? Or maybe still 236? Right. What runway has Superna been assigned to? That maybe my chat window isn't working properly. It's gotten all quiet. Hopefully the audio is still working. Stream is still running, right? Yeah, it seems to be running still. Okay. Chat has gotten quiet, but the Greep certainly hasn't. Paul has been looking on flight on bus, but not able to get a confirmation yet. Interesting. Anything flying ahead of the Superna that you may be able to deduce from where it's going to be directed to? Emirates Sky Cargo arriving in the east. Where has that been assigned to? It's already 1:48, so I'm thinking it's probably they're all probably going to land on 06 by now. Brody also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. GE90's being started. Got the cargo triple ready to go. Hey, Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. So, any runway assignment known yet for the SAS from Copenhagen or the EasyJet behind it from Malta? If those are going to runway 06, then you can count on it that Superna will also be going there. Might be easier to deduce it that way. Emirates to the Kaagbaan? Okay, well, Superna is behind it already, so in that case, Superna will also be coming to the Kaagbaan. Almost certainly has to be. Feed me, 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 feed me. Jeez Louise. Shut up. You can see the parent thinking, shut up, shut the F up. Just for once, keep quiet and keep to yourself. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, with Superna being directed to runway 06, almost certainly, I think the Atlas Air arriving from the west will then automatically do too. Almost well, we should see all 3 747s in the upcoming half-hour landing here on the Polderbaan. What a stream finale, eh? 5 747s. The A380. Unfortunately to the wrong runway, but still. Flying as KLM Flight 1006 arriving from London Heathrow.
You know, Fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Food, 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 feed me, 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 feed me. You can already see it back off as soon as the parent addresses the child. He knows the parent is running out of patience. You can tell. Oh no, I'm just doing wishy-washy. Atlas also Kaagbaan, good news. Thank you, Paul. Okay, no airplanes coming to this runway right away. I think the reason for that we can see over there. Runway inspection in progress. That's good news. That means that the other runway is going to be turned off pretty soon. Taken out of commission. Food, 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 food. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Oh, stop bugging the hand that feeds you, mate. That's not wise. Meanwhile, the triple started up. Controls checked. And ready to cross the runway. Will it do that right away? There's nothing to hold short for except maybe for the bird control vehicle. Yeah, now it's going. The sun seems to be getting out at times, and I think that's because there's a bit of blue over there. If you look, you can see that there's a building already basking in sunshine over there. The tower also a little bit in the sun, as are the airplanes right there. Latvian flag, Estonian flag visible over there. Emirates Sky Cargo was coming this way, and the EasyJet arrived from Malta as well. Things have opened up. I am trying to see if maybe I can spot the airplanes that I just now mentioned, because they will be flying downwind west of us, over the airport and then to the west to make a left-hand traffic pattern to the Kaagbaan. Let's see, what altitude is EasyJet arriving from Malta flying on right now as we speak? That's at 7,000 feet. Should have known that. That's the minimum altitude to get 1,000-foot separation. Initial takeoff clearance is always 6,000 feet here. Means that if you pass the airport at 7, you always have the minimal 1,000 feet clearance, vertical clearance. Should be within visual range, were it not that probably these clouds are at less than 7,000 feet. Such a shame, such a shame. Still trying to see if maybe there is a glimpse visible. There doesn't seem to be. Emirates probably the same, 7,000 feet, or even a bit higher still. Truck, Lu, triple. I am able to hear the EasyJet. Maybe you guys can hear it as well. Just passed me by. The Emirates triple will also possibly hear. Okido. Well, look of flight radar, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the wide bodies that are now coming this way. It should be a beautiful grand finale of today's show. KLM flight 706 is coming. That's 777-300. We have Atlas arriving from Miami, 777 arriving from Sao Paulo behind it. We have Superna arriving from the east. It's going to be magnificent in just a matter of minutes. I am jealous at the airplanes over there though. They are basking in sunshine while I am still standing here in the shade, being the shady figure that I am. Time to drink my sorrows away. Meanwhile, bird control over here and a training van as well. K1 just finished patrolling and scanning the entire runway. And we have a training van over there. TR means training. Not sure what they're training for. Oh, firefighters, there you go. Brandweer, it says, which is Dutch for firefighters. Last look at the Chinese triple before it says goodbye. Bye bye. Emirates. It has passed by now. I am able to hear it, but clouds are in the way. God damn it. Iberia A380 arriving from Madrid. It should be on final for 36 rights somewhere over there. The last airplane probably, the 36 rights. It should be there, although where? I'm looking. Oh wait, now I have it. Focus on the right tree this time. There we go. This is looking to become the last airplane to 36 right. And after this has landed, the runway will close. Now everything inbound will now come to runway 06 until 320 thereabouts. I'm not going to stick around for that long, but I am going to stick around until the 3 747s have landed. Now, there's also a couple of triples underway. Traffic now beginning to resume. Here we go. This is KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. And that is a 777-300ER. Main gear coming out. Nose gear coming out. Nose light also on. And then the hatches will close again. There you go. Gear out. This is the PHB VW Bravo Victor Whiskey. Hey Georgios, good to see you. Welcome back, mate. Lights of an airplane behind it already. I think that might be the EasyJet A320neo arriving from Milan. No, Malta. Oh, and look, almost a collision, at least seemingly on flight radar. The 747 and the Emirates triple. What's their vertical separation? 5,500 and... Oh, 1,700, yeah. That's enough vertical separation, of course. But on flight radar, it looks like they are almost colliding. A near miss. Well, no. Not exactly a near miss. Plenty of separation. Right, showtime. The grand finale of today's show. With 3 queens in 30 minutes landing on this runway. And 5 747s in total. This is KLM Flight 706, arriving from Rio de Janeiro, 10 hours and 54 minutes on the way. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight January 2021. No longer the wing fluff and the vortices that we saw in the morning hours, at least the first hour of the stream. Quite some light shining on that Chinese triple there. And that was the audio of the wake turbulence. Of the wake, I should say. EasyJet, and behind it the third queen of the show. There it is. This is Atlas Air arriving from Miami. Happy to see ya. Miami, Florida. Atlas Air flight 8209. The third queen of the show. Seven hours and 38 minutes on the way. It's a 7478, the November 4... What was it? Where did the registration go? November 868 Golf Tango. In the meantime, the sound of the EasyJet. As you see on flight radar. But I'm not going to zoom into. And there's an Emirates triple behind it. That still is not visible. That's interesting. Oh wait, no. I was wrong. There it is. The clouds are in the way. Now they are visible together. Here we go. Here we go, Atlas Air. 7 hours and 39 minutes on the way from Miami to Amsterdam, the November 868 Golf Tango. Hopefully it's going to get loud. and the reversers. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you are enjoying stuff like this. Now, what is up next? A couple of wide bodies. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai, and after that we are going to see KLM Flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. And after that, Superna. Trying to see if we can spot Superna already. Not yet, I think. Emirates Sky Cargo Flight 9993 arriving from Dubai World Center. 777 freighter. 6 hours and 46 minutes on the way. Make sure you give those custom emojis a run for their money. Long distance headshot of the first queen of 3 landing here in half an hour of time. The second is already over there. Next up, KLM Flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. 11 hours and 17 minutes on the way. That's a BVK. Bravo Victor Kilo. And Bravo Victor Kilo is 12 years old. First flight May 2013. And if you are in Sao Paulo, you're not too far away from a country called Ecuador. If you look at it on a global scale, of course. Now, airplanes preceding 747s usually don't get much love here at AMS Live. And 777-300ERs, we've seen quite a few of already this time. So I'm going to stick with Superna. Superna Flight 87433 arriving from Chongqing in China. 10 hours and 8 minutes on the way. That's the Bravo 1340 that we're now filming. Number 9 of the flight radar tracked by 552 people. And you can even see some of the wake that the previous airplane was still creating. You could see some visual disturbances. That's from the turbulence. The Superna 747 is 18 years old. First flight was in July 2007. And again a ripple. And again a ripple. You can see it. Those are the ripples that you also see from the wingtips, the flap tips of airplanes, and that condensate into vortices when relative humidity is high. They're always there, but you can hear them every now and again, and you can see them with high humidity. You could see it clearly that it was in the form of a vortex. Pretty lovely to see, actually. Hey, Gilberto, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Now, hopefully this one will get loud. Now, the Queen that arrived already has found her place already. We do still have the triple from Emirates over there. Might be a nice combo shot. So, one more Queen expected in a few minutes from now, before 2:30. KLM Cargo. Paul says, I always think the flaps look so flimsy. I have the same thing, particularly when they land and they shake so much. It does look flimsy, doesn't it? But it has stood through the test of time. Decades long track record. So, oh, have a look. Lunchtime. Yeah, of course. The Uber Eats diving under. Never for long though. No combo shot with the Emirates Sky Cargo. They just went to the right and are now at their parking place. Hey Jean-Yves, salut mon ami, welcome back. So, 4 Queens have landed, one more is underway. What was it? CKA. And just for your information, it has just entered into Dutch airspace from the east, so should be coming this way pretty soon. To the only runway now open for arrivals, namely runway 06. Oh. What's this? World Flight Corendon A380 taking to the skies. Well, Superna Queen also found her spot. Now we wait. KLM Cargo is still coming. In the meantime, a bizjet is on what seems to be the glide slope 236 right. Probably for a breakaway landing then to runway 04. The primary runway for arrivals, and right now the only runway that should be open is runway 06, the Kaagbaan, which we are standing right next to. Narrow bodies coming this way, Vueling, fueling, welling, wheeling, voiling. Flight 2903 arriving from Palma de Mallorca is next. 2 hours and 9 minutes on the way. It's an A320 Neo, ECNCS, November Charlie Sierra. And is that Egypt Air with a Dreamliner that should be flying overhead? I think I hear it. Cloud base is too low and the airplanes pass overhead too high to see Egypt Air already. Hey Martin, goedemiddag. KLM Cargo also to 06. Confirmation of what we thought was going to happen. How's the exposure? How is the white balance? With the sun now shining a little bit, I imagine maybe half a stop is a bit too bright. Could go back to plus a quarter stop, which is this. I can also tinker with the exposure compensation a little. With the white balance, I meant. This is plus a quarter. This would be back to plus a half. Bert, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at Kaagbaan, awaiting the PHCKA, wasn't it? Arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. 5th 747 of the show, landing on the on the Kaagbaan, where we are standing next to. This is KLM flight 1466, arriving from Marseille. 737-800 with a cabin cabin. Half still looks good. Thanks for the feedback, Paul. I'll keep it at a half then. So, this I think is what is coming. This is what has been here already. On ground level, the wind is coming from more or less over there. I think you can also see linear formations in the clouds, cloud streets. I think this is more or less how the wind is blowing from here. Looking bright, with more clouds to the east, land inward, and a big blanket of higher clouds to the west. More sun is expected for the weekend. After the weekend it's turning sour again, but the next 2 days should have more sunshine than today up till now and yesterday we have had. Although I have to say yesterday it was also pretty sunny in the beginning of the show. KLM flight 1990 up next, arriving from Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia. 1 hour and 39 minutes on the way. It is an Embraer 190. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Foxtrot. It's always interesting to see a pattern in the live chat. In the morning it is always very busy and bustling in the beginning of the show, and then towards the end of the stream the chat almost comes to a complete standstill, as if nobody has anything left to say or anything. I've seen it quite regularly happening, almost always. Wonder what the psychological dynamic is behind it. Marcus says this is a long live stream, love it. Well, there's reason for it to be long, of course, with the 747s that were expected. Something big in the background coming in. Is that a World to Fly A350? No, wait, of course not. I am silly. That is, of course, the Dreamliner from Egypt. General success, focus on work. What? No cuss words in my live chat. This is an official warning, Jendrosek. You better watch your words. Work. Yeah, chat fatigue, social batteries empty. I also think something like that, mate. It almost always happens if you pay attention to it. You can see it happening. And thank you, Derpers 1973, who says in Dutch, we enjoy your stream, boy, and also the birds and ducks. Well, the ducks have been very scarce today. Only once did I see Donald. Today it has been mainly Grebe Central. A little whiff of sunshine over here. It's almost 1:30 and Maria is still watching. What? What a trooper you are, Maria. What a trooper you are. It helps that it is Friday, right? Alright, it is time for Egypt Air flight 757, which of course is not a Boeing 757. Wish it was, that would be nice. Don't see those very regularly anymore. 4 hours and 9 minutes on the way from Cairo. This is the Sierra Uniform Golf Echo Whiskey, Sugev. Now let's see, this Dreamliner is 6 years old already, first flight July 2019. Hey Pilot John, good afternoon. Not true, Maria, but maybe if you have a partner who still needs to get up early, I can imagine that if you have a partner that still has to get up early, you might be more inclined to go to bed early yourself as well. Hey, Royal Jordanian is arriving next. It's an A320neo. It's still a beautiful livery. I think it looks best on the E2 that they also have in their fleet. It's still... It's a pity that we don't see Egypt Air more regularly in the streams. Otherwise, I would have happily made a Bangles walk like an Egyptian sound effect for this airplane. That's always what I have in my in the back of my mind whenever I hear this airplane. Nicely using the reversers. Royal Jordanian up next. Flight 151 arriving from Amman. No, Amman. That's how I used to remember the two countries below Saudi Arabia. You have oh man and yeah man. Hello there, Pilot John HD. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chris Coot has also come out of its hiding. Doing afternoon cardio. Burning off the calories that he ate this morning. Things still not too bright with half a stop. So the standard, the default setting, the default exposure would be this, which at least to me looks a bit dim. I think we need at least plus a quarter stop and maybe even half a stop. Indeed, Ray, returning from stomping a nest undoubtedly. There it is, and we also see another airplane in the background turning in. That airplane turning in is Transavia flight 5520, arriving from PFO, and that is Paphos, right? Yeah, Paphos. It sounds Greek to me. Looks fine, Martin says. Thanks for the feedback. Okido, let's see, where's the 747? The 747 is over Amsterdam. once again I am looking behind me only to see that the low clouds are still there in great numbers. So somewhere over there with blue skies we ought to be able to see the KLM 747 already. It's now still flying at an altitude where it's above the clouds and it's not going to break below them until it is far away from us. Maybe if we are lucky, but I don't think I'm going to keep the camera pointed to clouds that long since it is a tad boring for you guys. But it should be flying over there. Let's have a look at the classy Royal Jordanian instead. It also flies to Amsterdam every now and again with an E2 Embraer, and that looks even better because that is a much sleeker airplane. First time I saw it, I mistakenly thought it was an A220. Then I saw that the nose was a bit more pointy. Imagine what this livery would look like on an A220 or on an A350, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine an A350 looking like this. Using the reversers nicely. Meanwhile, that 747 should be within auditory range. Somewhere over there. It is coming. I can hear it. I think it's over there somewhere. If only those clouds would break apart a little. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it, Paul? Would look so great on an A350. I'm not sure, does Royal Jordanian have A350s in their fleet? Come to think of it. Maybe we should ask ChatGPT to render an image. Right, well, over there in the sky somewhere should be the last queen of the show, the KLM 747. Still not able to see it, even though the clouds are more open over there where the airplane now supposedly should be flying. So let's focus on what we can see best for the time being. It should become visible in a few minutes when it is going to turn final. For now, this is Global X with a call sign that says TFL. So I am assuming this is a flight on behalf of TUI, arriving from NBE, which is Enfida. Not exactly sure where that is, but it sounds like a Mediterranean destination. Flight time has been 2 hours and 32 minutes, so it does definitely make somewhere in the Mediterranean possible. This is an American registered airplane, November 276 Golf X-ray. Portugal? Not sure. And Gelgisith, thank you for looking that up. No A350 in the Royal Jordanian fleet. Hadi Dick, goedemiddag. And thank you for the kind words, mate. He says in Dutch, greetings from Pijnacker. Nice to follow you again. Nice that you're here, mate. Now I am going to wrap up the stream after the next 747 will have landed. Should be out again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet where I am going to go to, since I don't know yet what the wind will do, nor what expected runway use will be like. Don't think that the runway use will differ that much from today's, unless the wind will turn more to the south, in which case, well, there's many locations possible. Tunisia, thank you for looking it up, and Fidat Tunisia. In fact, I think now that you guys mention it, I think you guys looked it up and mentioned to me before. Don't see it very often, that's why it probably didn't stick. I only know of Tunis, the capital. But yeah, tomorrow should be good weather. Same for Sunday. Though I'm not sure yet where I'll be going to. Should be out again tomorrow. Now, last couple of airplanes. Let's see, it's looking like 3 narrow bodies and then the 747 perhaps. 1, 2. Is number 3 already visible? I don't think we can see it yet. This is KLM Flight 1598. Arriving from Milan in Italy, 1 hour and 24 minutes away. Spacious cabin in the back, as you can see. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo X-ray uniform. Okido, 747 turning in. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, it's approaching the glide slope. I think I'm already able to see it. Yes, sir. There it is. Last airplane of today's show. Coming this way. On top, the airplane preceding it. That's a Bombardier C-Series. And I see I have autofocus enabled. Back to manual. Keep the focus dance from happening. Airplane dances are the only dances that you'll get to see here in my streams. No focus dance. E2 Umbrella 195. That's the second to last airplane. No, the third to last airplane. The second to last will be Swiss. But I'm not going to follow it. So yeah, technically speaking, this will be the second to last airplane that I'm actually going to actively follow its landing. E2 Umbrella 195 arriving from Firenze or Florence. KLM Flight 1654. Now don't forget guys, if you guys have been enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't done so already, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, not only if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, but also if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. More people to enjoy 747 with us together. Last airplane of today's show is flying over there. It is the KLM Cargo operated by Martin Air PHCKA. The Charlie Kilo Alpha is returning from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, which is a country that is situated in the continent called... Or should I say on the continent, on the continent of Africa. Flight time 8 hours and 24 minutes. How old is this specimen of an airplane already? 22 years, ladies and gentlemen. First flight was in March 2003. The sound you're hearing is a Bombardier C-Series from Swiss. Listen for the whistle. Even when you're not seeing the airplane, that whistle will tell you it's one of two airplanes, at least if you're here at Schiphol Airport. It's either an E2 Embraer or it is an A220. Those are the only two airplane types that make these sounds when they pass you by. Going back to the top end of optical zoom, no longer am I magnifying pixels. A little bit of sunshine to make that livery pop even more. That's exactly what we wanted and needed. I'm already going to go ahead and say a massive big thank you for joining me here today. I had a good time here and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel. Tell a friend about AMS Live. Will it get loud? Will it reverse? Seems to have landed with an idle reverse landing there. That's a shame. At least the others did use their reversers, so in that respect didn't miss out today. Massive big thanks for all the likes and all the support. Thanks for the kind words, thanks for the super chats, the super stickers, the PayPal donations, the merch shop purchases, and of course those who became a member themselves and who gifted memberships. Massive big thank you also once again to all the moderators who helped to keep the chat today friendly and accessible to all. Without you guys, this channel wouldn't be anything. One last Queenie headshot. Oh, and they're pushing back a triple, a Chinese triple, and actually the triple standing closest to where I am is now in the process of getting pushed back. Does that mean that the 747 is going to be parked over here? Could be. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Oh, BizJet in the background. Nice, taking off. In the meantime, a Chinese wing. Once again, reminding me of South Park. Chinese wing here in the foreground. What? That's a nice combo shot. You know what? I'm taking a picture of this as well. Might also be thumbnail material one day. Well, being around still. Next landing is BA. Behind it is Delta Airlines. You can hear the triples engines being started. BA in the meantime is landing here. That's an A320neo arriving from London Heathrow. Well, is Queenie moving or is she standing still? No, she is moving. I look at the rudder, the tail, the vertical stabilizer. No, the rudder. You can see it's coming this way. Yeah, it's going to park a bit further away. And with that, it is time to end, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Stay safe. See you soon.